Go for it. Oh, this is confusing. I've left my microphone on as well, so you can hear me mumbling about it being confusing. I never was a professional, never will be. Not never, not going to happen. So you're hearing me in sort of what I do on the please wait screen, which is mostly stare at the YouTube interface to see if it's working, stare at the wiring to see if it's working. Just a whole load of staring at things. I mean, at the moment I've got like this spinning bar where it says, oh, your quality's excellent, and yet I can't see like anything, like just a spinning bar. Supposedly I can refresh that page, right? You think I refresh that page? Let's try it. Let's see. Oh no, you can't as well. That's crazy. Who would have thought? Thinks it's a different stream. So then we've got to go and do other sort of stuff, because well, that's what you got to do. You know, you got to make sure everything's working. And then what I can do is turn the Trinitron off, and I can move my mouse upwards to go to a monitor that's to the right of me. And you can do the logo roll thing that we totally don't need. What's this? It's like this. I can't hear. You could probably hear it. It's probably deafeningly loud, but I can't hear it. Because I can't remember how to do that. And I don't suppose it matters. So yeah, we're ready to see how disgusting everything is. Like, look at this. Yeah, how did we get over here? This is a bit different, isn't it? And I've not finished, so the room is in total disarray. There's stuff everywhere, and my surfer's at like a weird off angle. That'd be very difficult to do in the build engine if you didn't know your way around. But enough about the room. Enough about the room. Who cares about the room? Because we're supposed to be playing Duke 3D. And as usual, things are always, every time, in slight disarray. I've just realised that switch is right above the microphone now. So we're going to actually have to go through the installer. That's no big deal. No big deal, because nobody's ever here at the start anyway. It's always kind of vacant at the start. So, yeah, we've got to install the damn game. We're on my U5SD, which is only 40 megahertz, which is below the system requirements. So I'm sure that we probably need to be in DOS mode for this. I'm sure I can do it from here. Let's have a look. We can do it from the command window. So somewhere in here I have got the installer for the Shareware, and I've got PKZip ready to install it. It might actually be on the other drive, you know. Let's have a look. So I set this up and I didn't have time to finish doing it because I was exhausted. I had to go to sleep. Because it has been since start of December. Has my folder disappeared? It probably has. I'm just going to try blindly. Nah. Are you going to make me fucking download the file again? Is that what it is? It probably is. Alright, fine, we'll fucking do that. Oh no, because it's not in a directory, is it? That's why. There's a zip. There is a zip file. That's the one. I got it. Bear with me. This is what I mean, I was fucking exhausted. But we should be fine in a moment. Right. PKZip, or is it PK unzip? Should be on the path. Like, I shouldn't have to go in there. I can do it this way, but it's supposed to be on the path. PK unzip. I think it's quite straightforward, really. So what I want to do is go 3dduke.zip to C Duke 3D SW star, I believe is correct. No files found? Are you having me on? Have I forgotten how to use PKZip? Yeah, 3dduke.zip. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to reset them. Let me have a look. This is going wrong, and this is how it always goes. This is how my streams go, because I'm a professional. I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing. Look, it's right there. It's on my path. So I should be able to summon that. Yeah, I'm going to reset the machine. I think something's wrong here. It's gone off to a great start. Well, I hope everybody's doing well. I hope 2026 is treating you nicely enough. It's been more of the same shit for me, as I think it probably is for everybody. My patience for everything is at about 0, so I'm probably going to end up punching somebody out this year. I mean, we've got February coming up now, haven't we? So we've got to go through National fucking Spite Day, where I just want to really punch people out. You know, it's fucking great. Right. And I can run this from the path. Yes, I can. So I don't know what's wrong with the machine, but so be it. Cool. Right. Copy 3dduke.zip. We'll give it no opportunities to fuck with us. Oh no, because it'll do the install. We'll just unzip it here. I don't care. PK unzip. Whoops. 3dduke.zip. There, do that. See if I can. I'll just clear the directory up later. This thing's probably going to get reformatted anyway. Hey, look, we're going through the full process, because if you downloaded this back in the 90s, this is what you would have had to deal with. This is what you would have had to deal with. And, we'll call it that. 17.3 megs. That would have been quite a download. Like back on the old 28K. I bought it on a CD. It was a Focus branded one. But yeah, 17 meg. That's quite hefty for a Shareware game. Install program. We need to know that. Well, put it there. I just told you. Select what it's a different installer to the full version, isn't it? It's their fancy graphical one for that. It's a shame source code for this has never been found, you know. I wouldn't mind using this installer for new Inversion 2 instead of that dodgy pirate one that we had. I mean, I quite liked that installer. I should just write my own. How hard can it be to write an installer? Well, I could experience of waiting hours to download the Shareware through. Yeah, well, we've had to wait for, like, fuck knows how long for me to figure out how to use the machine again, so... here we go. You see, I mentioned this. Minimum system requirements. A 486 DX2, 66 with VGA, 8 megs of RAM. Yeah, well, we don't have that. We have a 40 megahertz U5, which is... it should be fast enough. Except when the slurps... and the slurps on screen, it might chirk a bit, because I got no floating point unit. The slurps use a floating point. I've heard this game uses this new build engine, and it has like slurped floors, it like ray traces them or something. So that's really cool. I probably need my new B580 to do it. VGA graphics mode. Yeah, well, we could do that on this machine, but I don't think it'll like it. Yeah, I'm happy with it. See, look, it just runs PKZip in the installer anyway. I don't know why it was been ignorant of my path. I really don't. We'll switch machine. When we finish the Shareware episode, we will go on to a Pentium, but I am going to have to go under the desk because all my switch boxes are out here. They're not wired up. And these things suck. I'm going to make my own. I'm going to design a PCB, and I'm going to have a factory in China make me a bunch of them, and I'll just sell the ones I don't use, and no one will ever buy them. You know, that's how it goes. Oh, it puts me in the folder and everything. Look at that. You know what we should do? I could do that. We can try running Visa mode. It'll make the game like less than 1% faster or something. Yeah, that should be correct. We don't want to mix too many voices. 8-bit only. Yeah, I think we'd better go with, like, I don't think there's much gain for going down to 8 kilohertz. And we're on a Sound Blaster. We've got no wavetable in this thing. This is a poor man's computer. Yeah, I think I got Visa too. We'll leave the keyboard as is. and we shall start the damn game and see if it swears at me about my Visa mode. I paid lots of money to get this ET4000 card. So, you know, it better have all the latest and greatest graphical modes and shit on it. Oh, okay. Well, that's no problem. I guess it doesn't have that mode on it. I guess it has sound issues. It's going well today. I didn't like the sound card noise. You wouldn't have those after a moment. I turned them off. In early '96, I don't know. I could look up the prices for parts, but not much. Probably only a couple of £100 or something. It's now on 32 megs of RAM. That would have bumped the price up. That would have probably been the majority of the price. That would have probably been most of it. Oh yes, high performance. Just turn the music up. I wanted that crappy YMF262 just... Oh yeah. How's the game volume anyway? Looks a bit low to me. I'm going to turn it up till it's just sort of teetering on the edge of going in the... Well, then again, I'm going by the music. A different demo in this version, isn't it? Oh, like, we got the promotional screens. You're playing the Shareware version. Oh, dear. I wonder if it's going to be any good. Then we might have to buy the full version.
Let's rock.
Play it on that new Pentium that I've ordered.
Damn, those alien bastards are gonna pay for shooting up my ride.
Well, what can I say, man? You know, it's stood the test of time, this game, really, I suppose. Like, a lot of them haven't. There's a lot of games from the 90s that are borderline unplayable now, and this thing's kind of unparalleled as far as first-person shooters go. It still looks good, you know, still controls good. I've never understood why this never became the perfect sound volume. Good to know, thanks. And it's something I can't hear, so I don't know. When I adjust the volume there, it doesn't adjust it for me. But yes, these are the view screens I mentioned when I was doing Dark Forces. This was very potent sorcery, because you can see in some of Dark Forces levels where the level designers for that understood what they were doing, and so they tried to give you a little insight into an area you were going into, like, hey, you know, be aware that this thing might be a hazard, or you know, this might be what it... Oh, it doesn't summon the crosshairs in this. I forgot all about that, so I'd have to go in the menu to turn that on. I can't be bothered right now. You know, I suppose because we're in version... This should be 1.0. I didn't actually check. I just assumed my zip file naming convention was as I remembered. Man, these guys... Different sound effect. But yeah, we should be able to do this in this version. No, you can't in 1.0. Because the quick kick button just summons the same foot and summons it once. So that bug must have only come in, like, in a later iteration. I fucking knew... Man, I'm glad they turned that down. He went through the pillar then. It does live the look of classic... Yeah, but, I mean, it's... I think the grittiness works, because it's sort of... The fact everything has that sort of grimy look about it kind of hides that you're in a lower resolution anyway. I'm gonna get killed here. Yeah, they definitely turned these fellas down, didn't they? I am playing with a key layout that isn't optimal to me. Like, I am playing on the defaults, and I don't usually use them, I usually remap them, but... It's the oldest registered version, 1.3, which we will switch to when I finish the Shareware episode. So, and I'll probably have to dig out my CD, because my NAS isn't working. And I don't imagine I'd be able to easily connect a machine of these sort of age to the internet by now. I don't think there's health up there, is there? But it should perform better on the machine we'll switch to, because this is... Things really are just a little different in 1.0. It's a slightly different feel. 1.3 does, but 1.3 feels a bit more rubbery somehow. I could never quite place my finger on what it is. Well, that should take care of the teleporting bastards, that's for sure. It's going to be really weird pressing tildes to summon that. It really is. We have our mirrors. We're already working, and I think at some point they changed how these work, because back in Lame Duke, well, maybe we'll have a look at that someday, maybe we'll faff about with it. But back in Lame Duke, when you looked in a mirror in a high-res mode, it could mess up the viewport, and it could stick it back in, like, sort of 320 by 200. And I almost wonder if they were doing some set view to tile magic, like the view screens do. But yeah, those view screens, as I was saying, they're a very pertinent bit of sorcery, because it lets them give you an insight into an upcoming hazard or something that you wouldn't have otherwise, without them having to make really weird level shapes. You can see in Dark Forces, in that final level, you had that corridor that stuck out into the area with that, like, carved corridor with the turrets in. And that was clearly kind of... They really wanted to show you that bit of the map before you got there to warn you what you were going into, but at the same time it ends up looking a little bit inelegant. It's one of those gameplay over realism things that you sometimes have to do, and there of course is your different switch texture. I can hear misters. Lots of misters. Well, you don't scare me, misters. Hard to believe I've been blowing them up for 3 decades now. You think they'd learn, you think at some point they'd be like, we just keep losing at this. We're just not going to engage anymore, we'll just run away from Duke. We'll run away and we'll not come back. We'll invade some other planet. Not going on the Earth planet, it smells funny. Oh, all of mirrors there, I don't know if you caught that. I wonder if that's why this corridor's so dark. Oh yeah, I gotta fix this key layout. What's gonna happen is I'm gonna get used to it, and then when we switch to the Pentium... Too many slurps, run away! I'm gonna run away. The computer doesn't like them. It has to do lots of calculations to render those. You know, it's not a slow process of the U5, but it is below the system requirements, and that is going to... The Abyss is going to be a nightmare. You just know it's going to be a nightmare on this machine. You might even have to throw the game in low detail mode. But that's all alright. But I mean, putting this here, even, is fantastic, because it's like a last little reminder. I mean, it's surely mostly for multiplayer. Remember this fucker startling me when I was a kid. I thought I'd cleared the room out, and I was stuck there, and it's like, nah, surprise. These aliens are jerks. I was on about... Oh, he shot me through a wall. The collision really wasn't as good back then, was it? Had its problems. But yeah, that little hole, it's like a little reminder of like, hey, did you go and check that out? Because you probably blew it up right. Like, maybe there's something out there. It's player steering. It's something I've spoken about a lot. Duke's old enough to nuke them all of it. Well, yeah. I mean, Duke himself is more like 35 now. Because, of course, you had Duke 1. It was back in 91. And I will die on this hill that is aged better than Keen. Like, Keen is the game that people always mention, you know, it was all smooth scrollery and stuff, and maybe it was. But I think Duke has aged a lot better as far as his 2D games go. I think Keen doesn't actually play as well in the long run. I miss the atomic health. Oh, that's alright, we'll go back and get it. we got another portable medkit quite early in Gun Crazy. Far more aggressive slope tilt in 1.0, isn't it? Yeah, Duke 1, having the health bar is a big fucking plus in that. In Keen it starts to feel unfair because you just die in one hit from everything, and it's actually quite annoying. It sort of makes up for it a little bit by having the... Oh no!
This sucks.
The jetpack doesn't last as long in 1.0. Yeah, good evening, iGod Gamer. Loopback Shork has been made primarily in multiplayer minds, isn't it? The multiplayer was a big thing for this game. It was a huge thing.
Damn, those aliens.
I can't believe I died to the jetpack. Well, you know what we've got to do now? We've got to do something I hate, and we're going to speed run the level. We're going to go into a red light district with just no items, because I don't feel like going through this all over again. Doing this with this key layout that I've left on is probably going to be more than I can chew, actually, but... No, it isn't. We got it. But yeah, it turns out... Oh no, you bastard! It turns out that the, fuck it, we'll power through the level. I can do it quick. Turns out your jetpack runs out faster. Which is something that, for years, I had paranoia about the jetpack running out. And I was like, gee, it really doesn't go down that fast. So, it turns out that I was right. That my paranoia wasn't misplaced as a kid. And that I was dealing with having played the Shareware... I think it was 1.1 I actually had on that Focus CD. Having played the Shareware, while the time on it is much lower. I wonder what else it's going to affect then. I wonder if the boots and shit like that. Because it's actually years since I've played through the Shareware. And of course, when you get the Shareware now, you usually get 1.3. That's no problem, we'll be out of here in just a moment. Almost done with... Oh, you give me another pack of steroids now, do you? Yeah, joke's on you, game, it's too late. I don't need your charity. I ain't got any of those. I ain't got any of that, I don't need it. So long, aliens. But yeah, no double kick in this version, I'm still quite... You can try shooting me, but... I told you it wouldn't take long. So you've been jetted, yeah, we have. Among the worst, I'm the best, baby.
Let's rock.
But yeah, coming into this cold today, I've literally just woke up, pretty much. I don't need any of this fancy ammunition. Probably should save them. Oh, whatever. And while we're here, actually, we can take a moment to, because I've got to save here, I can drop back in. But I could actually, oh look what level it's put me on. There you go, now I got some pistol ammo. Oops. Given it just pistol starts you in the demo, I don't feel like that's really cheating. I figure I might as well show that for prosperity or something. That was a thing you could do in early release of the game. You could save in the demo, because of course it is just running the game with a bunch of the inputs recorded. So wonder they don't desync, really. No, I don't need your charity. We'll just go in cold. That's karma for my ill-gotten gains. I do have a headache, you know. I've quite a cracking headache. But yeah, that was how I first got to launch facility, was doing that. So I saw it and it was like, this is a mysterious level, like, I can't find anywhere to get to this level. Excuse me.
Damn, I'm good.
There we go. I can't find anywhere to get to this level, how do I get on it? And then I discovered that bug, and so for a brief time I thought that was how you were supposed to do it, that was the only way to get to launch base. Spaceport 2000, I guess, because it's the 90s. Everything's got to be 2000, it sounds like the future. So many games in my library now that were set in the future are now set in the past. This was back when the future was cool and, like, you know, like, interesting and not just sterile and fucking pointy glass structures all over the place and white plastic. You know, the future just sucks now.
Where is it?
I don't think any of the other switches are different than that one. I don't think notably. I think a couple of the art tiles in the game have, like, just a few pixels difference, but nothing significant.
Damn, I'm looking good.
Yeah, not too bad for 30, whatever you are, by 35, eh, Duke? Could be doing a lot worse. There's the thing, there's a lot of people, who, and I think this kind of sort of proves, you know, they think the prototypes of this game would play better somehow, and I think they'd have some cool stuff in them, and I would like to play them very much if people weren't just hogging them for themselves, but I don't think they'd play as good as the final. I really don't. I think this game probably came a bit early, you know, there's, I wonder if Doom and Quack end up becoming the most remembered games. Oh, they will, people just go on about those because they're fucking lousy. It's like soccer is the sport everybody talks about and it's the worst. Actually, no, there probably is worse, but... Yeah, Doom is the soccer of 90s fast-passing shooters. You know, I don't have any night vision goggles in there. I don't want to go in there without them. It's a bit scary in there. Maybe we'll come back for it, I don't know. I can't remember what's down there. Atomic health, I think. The thing with this version, what it says, I do think you take a little bit more of a hit out of things in this than you did in the final. And we know full well the things just don't last as long. Like your inventory. Certain steroids, they actually seem to last longer. I kind of like that. I don't think you can see this any better than me. Haha. I have outsmarted the problem. Leave that one too. Yeah, I'm sure it only had 4 gamma levels early on. I wonder if that went down and then back up again. Oh, you can make it darker if you'd like. There you go. Let's see even less. I'm sure that's good for you. That was a mistake, wasn't it? That was very much a mistake what I did there. I shouldn't have done that. It's fine, we were never lost. We were just enjoying feeling up the walls. I like the feel of walls, I'm into that kind of thing. It makes me aroused, feeling the textures and, like, you know... Obviously not really, but I suppose compared to the stuff some people like, it would be pretty harmless. I'm sure somebody's into that kind of thing. I've been on the internet long enough to know the sort of weird stuff that does it for people. Really not my cup of tea, that bit. Oh, right on his head. How do you like that? Yeah. Oh look, I need a key card for this. Can you do this in this version? So the collision's generally worse, but this doesn't work. Okay, interesting to know. This ain't working now. Oh, there we go, now it works. Well, anyways, we've got to see about demolishing this building here, so I'm going to input the code, and if I put the switch, do you think it'll go back up? would be... I'm surprised nobody's... somebody might have done, but I have no memory of it being a thing. Like, I will get the sewer thing from that side. But I'm surprised I've never seen a level that actually its gimmick is time running backwards. Never seen anyone do that. And it seems like something that could be done. Gearbox not treating the franchise probably isn't helping matters. Yeah, but I'm quite happy for Gearbox to leave it abandoned, or whoever owns it now. Because it'd probably ruin it. Almost everything that gets messed with it just gets bloody ruined, so... Like, Duke's not dead, he's just sleeping. He knows when to call it a day. And he's like, nah, I'm just gonna sit here and rest, and let some other people worry about that. There you go, we'll make it dark again. I'll work better with the lights off. I'll work better with the lights off, if you know what I mean. Yeah, there's some pretty ladies in this establishment. And I won't be seeing them, if you know what I mean. I reckon, you slip a couple of dollars in just the right places, and, yeah, like her, yeah. I want her fondling my bloody billion balls, if you know what I'm saying. See, look, I mean, we have a level that is a giant bloody pool table. So why none were times running in reverse? There we go. Of course, it's guarded by misters. But you see, again, this is somewhere where this game does things right, and somewhere that Dark Forces was doing it right, is that it's not punishing me for exploring, it's guarding it, but it's not punishing me. Oh shit. It's a bit more aggressive than I anticipated. And my computer really doesn't like the slurped floors. Well... Oh no, you'll have to call a plumber about that. I'm not qualified to work on that kind of thing. But yeah, it's not punishing you for exploring, it's rewarding you for exploring, but it guards it. Let's upset people. Look, I made it quick. I could have made it slow. I could have drawn it out. But I didn't. That was a waste of an atomic health. It was a big waste of an atomic health. I like wasting things, makes me feel good. Cryogenic brick, yeah. He seems a sort who would, where it, you know, the demolition man technology, but he'd do it himself out of choice. Oh, this sucks. He'd just freeze himself, like, it'd just wake me up when it gets better. This time period isn't worthy of me. Oh yeah, Duke 3D still runs under FPU emulation. It's only the slurps that do it. Like, everything else is fixed by. You do want to... I've forgotten the name of the guy's project, but there is a guy, he's in the comments on the Duke Night video, where they've been trying to get Duke to run on, like, really weak hardware. And you sort of wonder if anybody's ever going to come in, maybe they'll do an integer-based slurp code, because there was a... There was meant to be one anyway, and Ken just never finished it. So it's like incomplete, there's nothing there. I wonder how far he got with it, because it seems like he probably cleared it out.
Shake it, baby.
Whatever he had. I've not put myself in a good spot here. Hey, does it still do the sprite shadow bug here? Was that a thing already? I'd imagine it would be. Oh yeah, it does. Because this is a slurp thing, I've explained it before, but what's going on here is, because there's a slurp, the actual floor height it's an upward slope, so your floor height is the same as that floor there. And it goes slurping upwards, so his shadow's appearing at the height of that floor, because that's the height that it's reading out of the sector structure. It's not accounting for the slurp. There is a function for getting the floor height of any given position in a slurp. It's not a very cheap function to run, so I can see why they wouldn't run it unless they had to. I don't think I would. I think that's sort of acceptable,
Good. Come get some.
acceptable sort of discrepancy. I mean, it sort of bugs me, you know, people, they look at this game, they'll go through the source code for it, and they're like, oh, it's horrible spaghetti code, and it's, well, not really, like, it's not very nice to read, necessarily, but I think a lot of it, there's more thought put in than you think there is. Considering what you're trying to run it on. Like, I don't think you could really do too much with it. If you make it too complicated, it's going to start slowing down.
I needed that.
It's things like, you know, I use the force field as an example because there is one in this level now at the end, and if we use the unlock code, we'll start seeing it.
Baby.
Oh dear.
Shake it, baby.
Oh no, we're shoving the dollars on this one.
Shake it, baby. Shake it, baby.
Yeah, that's right. Takes it up both pipes. Should have probably used the portable medkit really before I picked that up. It doesn't matter. Is he not down there, that piggy? There he is. I won't shortcut. I probably should shortcut, but I won't. Yeah, I saw that. Big force is broken because if you retoggle it, it becomes visible. It's like, well, not really, because there's nowhere in the game that you can normally do that. And so, you know, what it's doing is it's using the same switch case as double your force field, the visible force fields. This bit actually will mincemeat you if you're not careful. It's using the same code as theirs, it's in the same switch case, and of course now you can have it in the same switch case. We don't have to run, like, you know, any conditionals of like, oh, you know, but if it's big force, like, don't actually change the wall C-stat. Howdy, Tackerdon. Memory serves FPU emulation is implemented by the BIOS, which traps an exception generated when the FPU is executed without any slight different, maybe. You know, but now you're just executing the same code, so, you know, it's a little bit more efficient. You're not running an extra conditional. I mean, you think, oh, it's only one conditional, but it's running every cycle of the game for every wall, so... Oh no, I kind of see where they're coming from. The way it's implemented is how I would do it.
Shake it, baby.
It makes sense. It doesn't make as much sense, like, you know, when you want to build your own level and you want to use the thing that way, but within the confines of what the game was meant to do, it makes perfect sense that you would do it that way. It is a thing when you write codes, you kind of have to consider all eventualities, but at the same time, you can sort of strip it back until it's just enough to function the way you want it to function. It will do the thing it's supposed to do, just barely and nothing more. And that's good enough, as a general rule. All it needs to do. I'm not getting along with this keyboard layout at all, I'm surprised. 16 minutes to get through that level, jeez. Secret, I missed a secret! Somebody's gonna get mad. Somebody somewhere is gonna be not getting all the secrets. I never said I would 100% it. Oh, I don't want to deal with him right now, I'm rolling a cigarette. I just think we could have skipped all this, we could have... You know, I'll admit I've died to this guy a lot, but I want to roll the smoke, so I don't care. But, what's that about? We could have skipped all of this, you know, we could have just waited for launch facility to come up in the demo loop. And we could have just, like, gone through that level. And it would have dumped us right in the abyss. And would have missed out. I probably will die to this guy a couple of times. I've never mastered this. Like, even with the controls not like in this weird ass layout that they are now. Like, this guy I've never mastered. You can put me in any boss in this game and I'll kick its ass, but this one pig cop, he's the final boss. Because he has this nasty habit where when you start kicking him, it causes him to just rapid fire sometimes. So we might actually get that here. You know, it's almost where I've sometimes wondered if your best bet is to just hit the switch and jump back out. Like, and then come back up and shotgun the fucker. Maybe that's what you were supposed to do. One of the re-releases let you skip Death Row if you managed to hit the nuke button, didn't it? I suppose it makes sense. Like the aliens wouldn't have taken him to prison, though, but I don't know. To me, I'd feel like I was missing out. I do wonder, though, how long was Death Row in the game, and how long did it take all this stuff off him? Is that something it always did? Or did the game only get there after Dark Forces? Like, is it a Dark Forces influence, or did they just so happen to have the same idea independently? Because some of it seems to pop up too close together to where it's... Well, I think both teams just had the same idea. But there's definitely a lot of stuff in this game where you can sort of see that, no, Dark Forces definitely played a part in the game getting this particular feature. I still wonder, that's got to be like for the aliens. It's got to be awful. You use your wrist teleporter just as the like killing blur comes in. Yeah, that's shaded different to the rest of the floor. Just as the killing blur comes. And so, what is the state that they're in when they're teleporting? Like, because if they're in there, like, are they aware when they're in there? Because if they are, that'd be terrible. You're stuck there and you know that, like, as soon as you come out of hyperspace, you're going to perish. And there's nothing you can do. So you just have those few moments. Wait a minute. Face is the other way.
That's one doomed Space Marine.
And there's Echo in a very specific spot. That makes more sense laying it out that way, though, because it actually does, because, I mean, think about it, like, it's symmetrical now. Break the windows and get steroids that I'll probably never use. Oh, here we go. Oh dear. Of course, I'm looking at sloped ceilings. Bound to be a winner. You know what? I think it gives us another atomic health pretty soon, so another medkit quite soon, so I'm just going to bank that for what it is. And we'll just do it that way. I think that'll be better. Oh shit. When did he get there? I don't remember him being there. I think he always was. I think I'm just remembering badly, but for some reason I do always remember a Lizman being up there, and I don't think there's any Lizmen in episode 1. So no, it's weird how your brain paints these false memories. Flood Zone, in my memory, is always a weird merger of the Abyss.
Where is it?
Like, it carries on way farther back, and it sort of turns into the Abyss over there. I have no idea why. You can actually bug the game out here. You can technically chuck a pipe bomb through the wall. Like, I mean, there is a valid sector there. You can get it to travel through, like, the zero height sector and blow that opening out. I'm not going to do it, but it is possible to do. Of course, in a moment, it's going to introduce us to lasers, which we don't get to play with in the Shareware. They obviously really liked the lasers. They obviously thought they were a great thing that they'd come up with, because they must have realised, like, you know, this is gonna, we want to put some focus on multiplayer. And so they show you the level using them, and then they're in the promo screen when you turn the game off. It's right there in one of the pictures, in a level layout you don't see in the final game. You can actually save yourself if you fall off here, you know. It's not always easy to do, but there you go. If you angle yourself back against the rotation, you can bug yourself back up on top. So I won't be easily stopped when I have my wits about me. I'm not that easy to... I mean, it's weird to think, you know, I have stuff that nobody would have had playing this back then, that I have experience at playing the game, and not just that, but experience at reading the source code, so knowing what it's doing internally to some extent. We'll come back for these guys later, I think. That'll do for now. Just got to let them know, like, you know, I will go and find the key. I'll play the game by its rules. Another upward slope here, not a downward slope. Sprite shadow bugs enjoying itself. You know, I haven't been in this in the shower room for years. I think I'm going to go in there. I'm going to have a look. What's actually in here? Did they remove these walls in 1.4? That's actually used. I wasn't sure that that floor puddle was used anywhere. This Death Row to me does feel like a level that got messed about with a lot. It feels like a level where they couldn't make their mind up. It's a little bit of an oddball. It has some of the most memorable stuff in it and some of the coolest stuff, but at the same time, like out of episode 1 at least, healing. But at the same time, it, oh no, it has a few things that feel a bit lacking compared to other parts of episode 1. Layout and stuff's a little bit clumsy at times. My PC really doesn't like the slopes. This is what happens when you ignore the system requirements. Of course, you know, I always ignore the system requirements, so that's quite normal to me. To me it's good and it's healthy. System requirements are for dorks or something, I don't know. Probably. But the game has made it clear how lasers work. We now know what they do. We know they're not to be messed with. We know they'll blow up if anything passes through them. So when we encounter them again, we've got no excuse at all for getting blown up by them. Like it's entirely our fault. I wonder, was that already in here? Or is that a last minute thing, do you think? No, it's already there. But yeah, it feels a little convoluted, Death Row. It's definitely not one of my favourite episode 1 levels. I mean, there are only 6 levels in there. You know, I really wanted to have a video done on the main channel about this game today. And I just had no time because of all this room layout shit and clearing up and desk building and tip running and all this crap. You know, I've got the key. Do I really need to be out here anymore? Not really. I mean, this is an area where I think they went a bit too far, personally. It doesn't feel like it's guarding it so much as it's just penalising you. But there's an incentive to stay out there and kill all that stuff because it can hit you when you're in the cells. I grew up practically next door to a prison.
Too late, noodle. We're in control now.
Too late, Noodle. Oh, I'm not Noodle, I'm Nukem. I care about your noodles. I'm gonna... In practical architecture. Every prison must have an architect. It's on account that somebody must have designed it. It's a bit of an odd thought.
Damn.
Shit, he was narrower than I thought. This is why we have save games. That's what they're for. So when you do stupid things like I do... Alright, fine, we'll explore out here anyway. I guess we probably should. We know what's out here. Problem is, we got jump off slurps, which is awkward at the best of times, but when you're sort of clanking along under the system requirements somewhere, it only gets worse. Makes me look forward to that Pentium. You know, I hope that mail order service hurries up and delivers it. We're overwhelming the sound system a little bit. Yeah, explosions in your face in this game really do not forgive. They do not forgive idiocy. At all. Oh.
Damn it.
Oh, come on, you can't blame me for that one. That wasn't my fault. So it's F-Stream, it's always gonna have problems. Yeah, but that was the absolute final boss of all build games. Doors. Doors will kill you more than anything. It got a little better, like, as time went on, but... Yeah, they're not amazing at that. I have actually figured out a way to fix that, but it's not very elegant. Well, there's two ways you could fix it. One, you could go and fuck about with the game engine and rewrite all of the collision code so that it doesn't do that anymore. Or, you could do it game side, and what you could do is you could make it so that when the door is moving, it snaps to the floor and ceiling Z of the sector next to it. But just before you get to the rendering pass, it moves back to the height that it was set to, whatever that may be. And so that way, when it's moving and the collision code runs, you would never bump into it. Like, things would actually just appear to pass through the door when it was moving. If, like, say, you shot a missile, it would just go clean through the fucking thing. But you wouldn't be able to squish yourself on it, because the collision code would never run then. Unfortunately, I suppose if it came to a stop and resumed its starting height, then you would get crushed in it. So it wouldn't fix the problem entirely. I guess at that point you could check to see if the player was still in there and nudge them outwards. I suppose it probably wouldn't be that bad, actually. I'm not even sure it'd slow things down very much. Maybe I'll try it one day, but I'd be hesitant to do it, because it's kinda, at this point to me, it's just part of the game that doors are a bit dangerous sometimes. Like, it's not really Duke 3D anymore if you take that away. You know, that's one of its killer features. I really didn't need that, did I? I don't care, I'm not coming back here. This room's for dorks now. It's not cool anymore, that room. You know, times changed. The fashion's different now. You know, what sort of idiot forgets to press the switches? Oh, this is so unfashionable. I can't believe you're making me do this. I have known people like that, well, their whole life.
Where is it?
Is all just fashion. And I don't get it. It's not something I've ever cared about. I mean, look, I'm wearing a t-shirt that's full of holes and jeans that are full of floor lint. And any other room you can see behind me is just going to look terrible. I'm not dealing with you, Piggy. I don't need this shit. You make me back up onto a slurp. He's got, like, smarts, this one. He realises if he does that, it'll destroy my frame rate. And I won't be able to stop him. Oops. These multi-switches are pretty cool. They're basic in Duke, because they're just, like, tag plus whatever else. Like, +1, +2. The Blood has them, and in Blood I think you can set individual tags. I think it uses the 4 data fields, maybe. I might be remembering wrong. I don't think it has to be tag +1, +2, and, you know, I don't think they have to be sequential like that. To which end, I have figured out, like, a way to implement a poor man's X system rather cheaply, which is that you could have 2 map files, and you could have one essentially be the starting state, like the one that you play in, and the other one could have all the geometry in sort of...
I think I'll climb aboard.
Essentially a finished state, and you could bind like a tag to those sectors. And so when that tag is triggered, it reads from the second map file and just sort of incrementally moves them towards those positions. And so you'd be able to do some really complex effects with that, I would think. Especially if you could get the existing effect system to run on both map files at once. So it should actually be quite quick, because you're not rendering the second map. And most of the execution time in this game does go on actually drawing it. Which, I mean, kind of figures. Jeez, man, they just Swiss cheesed me, those guys. Yeah, the underlying game logic is fairly simple. There's not really a whole lot to it. Like, so a lot of the execution time, the vast majority of it does go on actually drawing a picture on the screen. Which, of course, there are definitely a lot of execution time going here, because these bloody slurped surfaces. This periscope, we have the periscope that we could use, but it is bloody awkward. Like, it took me ages, my first time through this game, to get that to work. I remember staring at it in hammering use and being like, what the heck is this? What does it do? Because it just wouldn't work. Actually, a little dangerous. It's quite close to the water, but I think that only works...
Damn.
Oh, thanks a lot. I think that only works. Really, I'm sure I just saved in there. I certainly meant to. But, you know, I think the relative teleport thing only works one way. It's not a bad place to be. Like, if you wanted an aggressive speedrun of the game, you came to the wrong place, because I am going to meander around and perk things about.
Who wants some?
Should we leave the atomic health? We'll probably just leave the atomic health. I don't need your charity game. That room's not fashionable anymore. It's for dorks. Only uncool people visit that room now. We're going the one where all the cool people go, which is down here. It has that distinct smell of, like, floors that have been urinated on. Because it's prison. You know, I was surprised I've never ended up in prison. Everybody always told me I would. Everybody said when I was growing up, yeah, you'll spend the rest of your days in prison. You'll end up in that. You'll probably never be, like, you know, let out. That was what they used to tell me. You know, you seem like a prison sort of person. You're going to do some major criminal thing when you grow up, aren't you? Well, I haven't had a chance to do anything yet. I think that's a bit of
I'll climb aboard.
A ball the Sartian. Right, let's not get Swiss cheese by these guys again. Jeez, I might switch machine early. It might be that when I get to the Abyss, I'll try and bludgeon my way through on this machine, but it might be that I just end up having to switch to a different machine, because I think these slurps are hitting this thing harder than I remember. I don't know why I didn't want to use the switch then. On the other hand, this machine is in a bit of an odd configuration, because I still haven't fixed it. So everything's set at sort of minimal speed. We might even be running the processor at like 33 megahertz, I can't remember. It's because I was trying to figure out what was wrong with it. Like, it does this thing where it just doesn't want to start, this computer. It's a very reliable machine, so it's quite an odd thing to me that it doesn't... I need to look at how these sinky floors work. Because I need to implement a thing where I can sink in a floor. And my way of doing it... Oh, stomach. And it's actually where I got the idea for the doors. My way of doing it has generally been... Hold on, we just picked up a portable medkit. Oh no, didn't go in that room that time. You know, my way has been to basically lower the floor when you're not rendering it. It's just to move the floor height, so it oscillates up and down very quickly. And again, this is, you know, deals with the collision thing, because when the collision code happens, there's no fucking floor there. The floor's lower down, and so it'll drop that far. But I'm not actually sure. I've got a feeling that the water in this game does it a different way. I don't think that's actually what it does. I think it's doing something else. You can see occasionally we get this bug where when you jump out the water you get lots of height. It's not so easy to do on purpose, but it is a thing that you can do. Oh, a lot of good this is to be. How did you get here? I jumped here. Good luck getting back across there. You can do it, but you've got to be den unit perfect to do it. This is the harder one of the two, because you're not quite square onto it. And the other one you can sort of hug the wall. Loads of weird secrets, this map. Can tell it is a map that is made for the multiplayer thing. Like, it was definitely a consideration in this. I dare say this might be one of the most iconic maps of episode 1. Like, people always think of, you know, the first level or the second level. It's always Hollywood Holocaust or Red Light District, but I don't know. I think this level is what really sort of started to set this game apart more, because you get to see a lot of the mechanics play out in this. Like, you get to play around underwater, you get to see cranes and lasers and, you know, a lot of moving sectors and stuff in here.
Come get some. Come get
So,
some.
no, there's a little bit of puzzle logic around here we have to deal with as well. And that's pretty neat. You know, this level, if you played this level, there's no way you'd come away from it thinking, oh, I just played a standard run-of-the-mill Doom clone. It would definitely be, no, I just played something else. Like, that's its own thing. It's not a Doom clone. But again, I always use this level to sort of demonstrate where level design's done right. Because we've seen these lasers in the previous level. This is lit up and it's just set it off on its own. But, you know, shading's lighter here, and it's like, look here. Oh, well, there's these lasers. I better not mess with those. And if I set them off with a pipe bomb, I can go to that door, but the door's locked. And so we're not going to get in there. And so when I come in here, well, what do I know? There's this opening here, and it's lit up, and it's at the same height as this floor here. I wonder if those two things are connected. And so you faff about, well, I've got chevrons there, the cranes are picking barrels up. I wonder if they pick me up as well, and they will, but then you look and there's a bloody laser across it. Well, what if I send a barrel through fast? Because the game's really not difficult to figure out if you just look at it. You know, it will clue you in. And it's a good way to implement things. You're not leaving the player in the dark to fumble around blindly. If the player's doing that, then it's really on them at that point, and they've got no room to be particularly mad about it. Yeah, the word barrel, I'm more important. I'm Duke Nukem. And I'm coming to get the rest of you barrel bastards. Yeah, the laser already went off on its own, as far as I know. We'll send the barrel through fast, just to be sure. But yeah, there was a laser across there, and that's how you do it without taking damage. You send the barrel fast, he gets blown up, and then you don't. Cranes are a bit of an odd thing in the code. I don't think there's anything else really works quite the same as them. Oh no! Oh no, we're right back here, really? I need to fix these controls, man. I'm getting used to them, but I haven't played with this keyboard layout for years. You have to park his butt right in there, don't you? Oh, it's not triggering for some reason. Okay, whatever, we'll just go without that secret. There you go, then fine be that way. I don't need your charity game. I'll do it my way. This performance is definitely lacking, which again is my fault for playing under the system requirements. But yeah, the door's locked. You can't go that way. It took me years to find that. Well, the obscure holes in the wall out there, oh, easy. But that? Nah. No idea. Saw the barrel wake up then. They don't move until you can see them, so... If you haven't seen it, it didn't happen yet, generally. I think there's only 3 of these guys, apparently 4. Strange place to keep your diving gear, I gotta say. You'd think it'd be in a closet somewhere, but I guess not. I don't know, I don't run a crane and belt factory. I mean, it's a bit of a silly layout they've got. They're supposed to be disposing of toxic waste, and they're just sending it in a circle. But oh, nuclear waste lasts thousands of years. Well, this is probably why, because they're just looping it about on a belt. What are they trying to get money out of the government or something? Like, oh no, it takes time to process the waste. A likely fucking story. I think they're just making it up. It's probably alright, nuclear waste. You can probably eat it, you know, it probably wouldn't do you any harm. Probably good for you. You should always eat your greens. That's what they taught me in school. Like, if it's green, you should eat it, because it's really good for you. And nuclear waste, well, it's green, at least in the realm of games and cartoons and stuff. In real life, not so much, but, you know, this video game nuclear waste is always green. So that has vital vitamins and minerals that you need for a healthy coat or something. I don't know. Nice and glossy. If it's good enough for the dog, it's good enough for me. Strange room, this. I sort of wonder, because these barrels, I have a copy of the game.c from 1995, and those barrels used to be pushable. And that jump here, I sort of wonder if that's what it was used for. Like, is there anywhere in the game, you know, where you could imagine barrels being pushed? What if you were supposed to push them in here? What if that was how you used to make that jump? Like these pipes here, maybe weren't there, or maybe it extended down to the floor, and you could... Like, I could see them being at floor heights, and then you'd have to push the barrel in, and you'd use that to get the extra height to get to the atomic healths. Of course, them being a destructible object has its drawback, but if you destroyed all of them, you wouldn't be able to do it. Because as far as I can tell, they were still destructible. I don't know, maybe someday, you know... Maybe someday we'll get to see. Maybe someday. I don't think so. As always, the world just hands everything to, like, the worst kinds of people, and, you know, people who are actually decent and honest have to work real hard and still get fucking nothing out of it, right? 'Tis just the way. I can't be bothered trying to do that on this sort of speed. Well, the layout's the same in here, because I got a feeling they changed it at some point. He's a step up, we should be safe over here. Ha ha ha. Serves him right. Bloody hell, the hit radius on that's huge. It is an explosion, the shrinker. Radius explosion is what it passes, I think. Temptation to buy really old shitjet printers to revive and play with is buzzing in my head. Considering they can be found dirt cheap and it... Oh no, no, not bloody inkjet, man. I hate inkjet printers, I refuse to use one. I will get that LaserJet 4 going one way or another. Either using that Cerny supply or making a supply of my own. Either one will work. That stupid Senken supply, man, I can't believe that. But, well, I can, because I've seen enough bloody switching power supplies and other sort of stupid crap that's in them. If I ever ascend to power, companies would get fined for using switching power supplies without a good reason. Like, they would have to justify it. They would have to file an application to sell a product with one on it. You know, it would be... What? Oh dear. It would be, why are you using this? Can you use a different technology? Why does the fucking thing have about 2 billion parts in it? Does it need to have that many components? And if it's deemed unnecessary, then it's like, okay, well, don't put it on sale, because otherwise we're going to fine you £1 million per unit sold for screwing with our economy. Just, well, how's it screwing with our economy? Because you're doing my repairman out of a fucking job, because he's not going to be able to fix the thing, and you made sure of that when you designed it, so therefore it's an attack on my economy and my fucking workforce. So for every one of those you sold, your company now has to pay £1 million. And if you don't pay £1 million, well, then you just won't be allowed to trade in our economy anymore. Like, that would be it. Like, no more. Tell you what, we'll just manufacture them domestically ourselves. Switch is labelled. Switch is labelled, so we know what it does without even having the view screen. But that's the thing, we can have the view screen all the way up here, and we still know what we're manipulating elsewhere in the level. Yeah, finding all laser printers, good luck. Even finding new laser printers isn't always easy. There's a lot of places won't carry them. Because people just love their inkjets. People really, really like being ripped off. They seem to enjoy it. I've got a new printer. Yeah, it's awful. I've still got the... Why don't you buy a new one? Because my printer's, like, still going. Aside from the fucking power supply dying. We're gonna get ourselves murdered. This is why we have save games. You think I'm playing lousy, and I kinda am, because I'm not actually trying that hard to not get myself, like, shot to bits. Like, it is a case of I don't care. I have no desire to rush through the game. I have had, like, nothing but clearing up the house and everything for so long that I'm quite happy to draw this out a bit and take my fucking time. Because that shit's miserable. It's not fun. And this game is fun, and so I'm quite happy to just, like, you know, meander around. Is this empty fucking space? Quite happy to just meander around like that, you know, it's not really... There's no incentive to hurry. And so getting myself blown to bits, well... That wasn't my thing, but whatever. Oh, enough of it out here. I'm going under there now. So we'll switch and wipe this time so we can blow these loose. Oh man, they're dodge. They're pretty good at dodging, actually. It looks like a different movement to the final. I wonder if they rewrote that. So I'm sure there's misters in there. Hey, Mr. Bean, is it you, Mr. Bean? Ah, shit. Too many slurps. My processor doesn't like it. Stop. This CPU, I think we've established with the machine in this configuration, is a bit underpowered. So what we'll do, we'll switch hardware a little bit early. I mean, if you really want me to persist on this machine, I will, but I think we'll probably end up switching a bit early. We'll put that Pentium on. Yeah, you know what? What I'll do after this level is I'll come out and I'll play with the configuration. I'll mess about with the configuration. I'll see if we can eke out a few more frames. We just might. We might be able to. There might be something that I've left on super slow that I can stretch just a little bit more out. We could put the game in mono audio. That would get us some speed. The thing is, I'm not above doing that because they're the sort of things you would have done. Like you would, like, you know, nowadays you don't do it so much because computers now are very fast and they're actually quite expensive again because it's a bit of a dead fucking thing at this point. But you know, back then, buying a new PC, it wasn't a cheap thing, and the actual way out of it is let's just use the Garley spray button. How the fuck does that miss? It sprays like a 60-year-old hooker, and it's still fucking none of it hits. Not having the quick kick is a bit of a fucking thing as well, because when I'm up close I like to use it, and you can't do it on this. Like, it doesn't work like that in this version of the game. Yeah, this is another thing where you sort of feel like maybe once upon a time this was your pushable barrels would have got you up there. They really express how they feel, Octobrains. They don't try and cover it up. Good to know you're hearting them. Maybe I like hearting them, maybe I find that fun. Makes me feel good. Feels amazing. The echo effect actually sounds a tad different, you know. Just a little bit. I don't know if it's just the machine doing that with it struggling along, but in that bit there I don't want anything to do with that. There's loads of slurped floors in that spot. I've got to be honest, I hardly know where I am at this point. But I know this is where I want to be. Oh, I thought it was there. It looks like the summit though. I'm sure it's back there. Jeez, I'm going to let it push me to this platform here. And then we'll deal with this and we'll make our way back. We'll put it in low detail mode for a moment. See if that'll save us some frames. Oh yes, there we go. Whether you can see the wall crack like this is anybody's guess, but I'm sure it's supposed to be there. I can even see like there's a thing in the wall, but the crack's gone. Is it a different process to enter in this version of the game? Is there like a switch or something? My boots are gone. Jeez, you know, we might not be going to launch base in this. We may not be going to launch base. I might not be able to get there. I think the crack has gone off the wall and it's not triggered the explosion. Because I'm sure that's the wall it's meant to be on. It's alright, we have a save game. Yeah, it definitely comes after the SE29 walls. Well, let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Oh, I don't think that cheat exists in this version. Yeah, I see no crack in the wall. I remember one time as a kid when inkjet was more expensive to buy than dot matrix printers, and so our family, dot matrix used to be like the go-to. Could handle playing this myself with this. No, it's getting a little bit low for me, and a lot of it is the machine configuration. But I don't think I can get into launch base. What I'm going to do, I'm actually going to quit out of the game, and I'm going to go and fiddle with the PC a little bit. But there you go. That's your showcase of lasers that I was on about. And they're really happy with those, obviously. I guess this is spaceport. Yeah, let me go and see if I can fiddle with the machine configuration, because it's probably all been left on slow, but I could end up with a machine that doesn't boot here, because this thing's not well, it has a problem. That's the hard drive controller, that's why that's on. It's not that slow. I don't know if this DRAM supports this since yeah, it's the U5. It's about as fast as a DX266, but when the slurp's on screen it won't perform as well, just because of the fact that there is no floating point unit and the slurps use floating point. But yeah, we'll try turning that down. As we're in screen buffered mode, any improvement we can get in the RAM should speed us up. Can we time that up more? Doesn't look like it. I don't know that we can actually push much more out. I mean, it's quite quick on default, as we know. There's not... This I never quite understand. Like, it's different on different boards as to what lends you an improvement. You'd think lower is better, but we might be a bit too fast here. We could end up with no boot, or we could destabilise the game. I guess it doesn't matter that much. Ow! I guess it doesn't matter that much. We'll try it anyway. Yeah, UMC used to make a lot of the 6502s in Ataris as well, so it figures they'd have moved on to making bloody NES clones, because NES basically to me is just a Atari VCS that got above its station. I really like that console. I don't understand why people go on about that. The Master System was better. More fun on the Master System. It's a shame I can't get Visa modes working. There might be some low-res Visa mode that it would take. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, is there any that... We could look up, like, common Visa modes and just try a bunch of them. Because this thing won't tell us anything. Like, it'll install, but it won't print anything. And it would be nice. I know there's a utility somewhere that will rigorously go through and test available modes. Well, what we can do as well is we can turn the game to mono audio. I don't think turning it down to 8 kilohertz will really win us anything. We'll do it. We'll try that. And also, I'm going to faff about with the controls. I want to mess about with them. I'll use this control scheme this time. Yeah, I'm sure it has. I don't care about that. Tarn will leave as they are. So use this method. So usually I use DFG R, but yeah, we'll use this stuff. Crouch. We'll put on control. That's fine. We have to make sure we clear out the duplicates. Strafe left, strafe right. I'd like to leave those there. Okay. The weapon binds are fine. T, sure, permanence weapon. We're not really going to be using that. We don't have alt fire, so we'll put it on Z. Fire, I think, was back at the top, wasn't it? So we'll just delete that entry. Usually alt fire I'd put on Z, but this game didn't have that by the time it got this far. It did at some point. Atomic, no, it was really... Oh, yeah. It was quite easy to get around. It was copying a file to the hard drive and editing an INI file. I just have a cracked copy of it. I mean, I own the original game. It's right over there on the shelf, but I'm not putting CDs, and especially I do have some machines where the CD drives don't work anymore. I think that's sorted that out. Again, like, what we do here is the authentic thing, and if you tried playing this in the 90s and you didn't have the fastest machine, you would have had to mess with these things. Yeah, this is a Sound Blaster Pro 2. It's the 1680, so it's the LMSI version. And I don't have the accompanying CD drive because they cost a fortune, so it's on a Taurisan, I think, IDE drive. See if that's helped us. There you go, it's a little better. The echo effect's definitely different in this version now. It's more like a delay. Yeah, I don't know. We're not going to launch facility. I think the game wigged out, the crack exploded off the wall, and didn't trigger, so it's bugged. As it turns out, I can get into launch facility anywhere though, so we are going to go there. I don't know, IDE drives I find to be a little bit of a problem on these older machines because a lot of them don't like them. Finding a VLB controller that has more than one channel on it is Was that not a thing yet, that level?
Come get some. Let's rock.
Yeah, it must have been show 1.1 I started on, because I think the next demo in the loop's just Red Light District. Unless it has more demos than I remember.
Dead.
I'm wondering, did that level not exist yet? Like, was that actually not here? Maybe not. That's just going to teleport us back into the... I mean, this is a multiplayer teleport. So I don't know if it's in here. We can have a look when we finish the game. Oh, yes. High quality audio. It's just glorious.
Rockin'.
The Abyss. This place stinks. Honestly, I've never been much a fan of this level. On my 486, I slaved the CD drive and it just worked. Yeah, you see, a lot of the time it don't work for me. It just causes problems. It stops drives from showing up properly, and so I just won't fight with that if I can help it. I like having them on separate channels. If nothing else, it really mangles the performance. And I like to have fast drives. I forgot to meddle with the binds for a quick kick, but it doesn't matter, because I mean, you know, what are you going to do? You can't really use it in this because it takes the gun away. So I can't use it the way I would use it. It might be best that I'm just going to send my finger there and have nothing happen. You know, the cacti in this map will make mincemeat out of you if you not keep your eye on them. This whole map will. But, oh no, the Abyss, never been one of my favourites, that's for sure. I wouldn't, oh shit, I wouldn't go so far as dislike it or anything, but I don't think it's one of the game's stronger entries. No health hiding around, is there? No, but I can probably shit on his head from a high place. I saw the blood, that seemed to do it. I notice the colour seems to be a bit off on the OBS window there. I'm not sure I can do anything about that. I think it's just shit been worn out. That may be a bit better.
Cool.
Yeah, just you. Dearie me, we're not in a good spot here. Was my save from after I went faffing about in the floor slime? Probably. Oh, this is what we want before going in for a bloody boss fight.
I needed that.
I can't see anything in there either, don't worry. It is just dark though. Well, this Texas Instruments DRAM seems to be handling the more aggressive access just fine.
Bitchin'.
And what I've done, I've actually taken the... You might remember this machine had a rebuild about 10 years ago. And I've really just taken the RAM off of the original configuration and added it to the RAM that was in here. Which was different RAM to when I did the rebuild, because that failed at some point. It is starting to go now, quite a bit of it. I have enough left. At least 72 pin that I should... Oh no, really? That I should be able to keep it going for quite a few years, but it is just going to get worse as time goes on. I mean, at this point I've got... Dry lips. At this point I've got kind of a list of machines that I will repair, and this is one of them. Far few of them, if they break down now, that's basically it. Like, they'll just be gone. Like, I wouldn't just throw things out that work, so I would try and pass them on to somebody who would fix them and use them, I guess, but it's not as easy to do as you'd think. You know, we've had this discussion before where, you know, all the YouTube numbers on a lot of these channels are totally bogus, and you actually get to see that if you go dealing with a place like eBay, who have no incentive to falsify those numbers on you. Like, all they want to do is sell shit.
Come get some.
And so that's the whole point of their platform, is connect buyers and sellers. And that's really all they're going to do. I mean, there's a lot of things I don't like about eBay, but, you know, that's besides the point. It's like any other company, there's plenty of things I don't like about them. So, you know, I'm not sat here shilling for them, but the numbers you will see, because it tells you how many hits you've got on all this thing. And you could have something really sought after, supposedly, but you won't shift it that quick, and there's not that many people will come and look at it. Like, it will go, you will sell it, but, you know, the way, like, the larger channels make things out to be, and the numbers that they show for, like, hits, completely bogus. As probably only sort of, like, a couple of thousand, probably like 4,500, 5,000 people tops, like, in this hobby worldwide. 36 has 12 megs. 12 megs generally fine. Whatever reason with 2 8 meg sticks it wouldn't. Yeah, there's a lot of boards are fussy. This one got an upgrade because it now has a capture card in it.
Holy shit.
Because the K5 is. Oh no. The K5 is now on an all-in-wonder, and so the Cinema Pro basically was homeless, and I was like, it would be fun to install it in here, because years and years ago I did VCD authoring on this computer, and it was a capture card on loan. Like, it might have been a Prism that was in there, but, you know, some crummy ISA capture card. And, you know, it would be quite nice to put one in there, even though I'm never really going to do that with it again. I'd use that Pentium and the Celebrity, which is a much better card. I guess we could still go and get those atomic healths, but I can't be bothered, not now. Well, you know, I always kind of wanted to get that functionality back. And it's pretty crazy, really, because the thing runs Windows Chicago, and you just don't really see video capture being done in that operating system. And it is a little bit of a chore to set up, because, go figure, there's no drivers for it. And so you have to sort of finagle it around between the Windows 95 files and Windows 3.1 files until you get something that mostly works, and even then it's not entirely reliable, but what do you expect? You know, you're trying to do a complicated thing in a prototype operating system. It's bound to have some quirks. But I'm generally not dead set on having everything 100% stable on these machines. I don't mind a little bit of rockiness about them. Just because, well, remember that's there and we'll come back if we need it. Just because of the fact, you know, I don't depend on the machine, I don't need the machine, so if it does fuck something up and it does start going weird, well, it's no big deal, just reset it. If it corrupts some files, big whoop, I'll just reinstall the operating system. I'll probably have a Ghost that I can restore, so all I gotta do is, you know, just run Ghost. It's another reason I like having the 2 IDE channels, so that I can stick another hard drive in with the Go file on it. You know, it doesn't matter if the thing's out of action for like 3 months or whatever because something breaks. It's, well, I'd like to have the machine working, but I can do without it. I don't need the thing, it's not mission critical. You know, if the shitty i3 laptop dies, you definitely take more damage from monsters in this version. If the i3 laptop dies, then it's rushed to fix it, because it's like, I need that thing, you know, I actually require that for certain things. Like, I don't even get paid if I don't have a laptop, so that is like fix within 24 hours, keep the thing going as much as it's a pile of crap. This thing, it's had this problem where it doesn't boot up sometimes, and it takes a lot of faffing about to get it to go. I know what's wrong with it. It is just the VLB host adapter. That host adapter is just knackered, and the tantalum bead capacitors on it get really, really hot when it's running. And so really what they've done is they've started identifying as resistors, and it pulls the power rail down. There's no protection on this power supply, so it's not going to shut itself off. But once they're warm enough, the resistance goes up and the machine will run. And it'll get fixed eventually. Turbo XT, it's taken me over a year to get round to fixing, and that was just a darty dip switch. And that's because of the inconvenience that it was at the bottom of the pile of stuff. You know, with the setup I had before, the machines were stacked on top of one another. At the moment, most of them are still stored away, but obviously they'll all come back out when I've finished sorting this room out. Just getting to it was too difficult. Now I want to make some shelving with wheels that goes under my desk. I'll try and get a picture of my my desk setup into OBS when I finish this level, I guess. So I'm not really in a position where I could drag the camera into the room or anything. You know, getting those atomic healths was a waste of our time. We're hardly any better off than when we went into there. But yeah, in this level, I don't really like this level very much. I do find this to be one of the worst levels of episode 1, as I say. I wouldn't say it's awful or anything like that. And it's pretty cool in its own right. It is another one that really sets this game apart from, like, Doom or Dark Forces, but I just don't think it was the best executed thing they could have done. Did you get there? These guys are way more relentless than they were in the final. Yeah, I can never have too much of that. That's where we need to be. This is where we don't need to be, but yeah, these red guards, they're really annoying in this build of the game, for sure. We should have run back and got that other med kit, really. I guess we still can. It may give us another one, thinking about it. Oh no, I ain't dealing with him. I don't think we have to go back to that room. Could have done that with steroids. Never mind. You know, it's still what was it? No, I forgot. I probably will take a brief break when I finish episode 1, and then, because of the fact I don't have the switch boxes wired up to change machine, I actually have to like mess about under the desk. No big deal. Tandy's so far the only XT class machine I've had. Thankfully that's been reliable for me. It's really... Yeah, my Turbo XT, there's not much to break on 8088s. It was literally just muck in a dip switch, and I think I'd knocked it into the wrong configuration. I think I'd been messing about with the floppy controller, and if you nudge the card it will press against the switches, and so it knocked it just slightly out. So really it was never broken, it was like operator error. Thing's tiny and there's not much to really nah, Tandy probably got it down to like 1 or 2 QFPs or something, it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, the frame rate's definitely improved since fiddling with the settings. They've got even better on that Pentium. I have no idea what sort
What
of...
are you waiting for?
Well, actually, we're
Christmas?
going to install 1.3, so that's kind of irrelevant. Okey-dokey. And now we can go back and get that other med kit. By the way, I'll never be able to make it down to the lava fast enough, but I don't think many people know you can jump when you're shrunk, but only if you're standing on water. If you stood on water, you can actually jump while in a shrunk state, at least in 1.5. I don't know if you can in this version of the game. It'd be nice if I had a jetpack. I'd be able to get up there and shrink myself and then drop in the lava and find out. I didn't stand in the magic spot, did I? So what I mean with this level, it's a little bit too... Like, I've now got to go through all of that again. Because I didn't stand on the magic spot that the touch plate wants me to stand. I think the geometry is a little bit different up here to what it is in the final. Frame rate is going to start shitting the bed up here. There's a lot of slope sectors. Again, it's one of the redeeming qualities of this. I get that they wanted to show off they had slopes, but I think the... Well, we went then. But I think the actual level itself, the execution, took a bit of a backseat by comparison. Crazy lady, dance into the flames. But she's into all kinds of weird things. I mean, it is set in California, go figure. You know, I rag on California a lot, and I sort of feel bad for doing it, because I've known enough people, like, perfectly decent people, who've come out of California, but I don't know, just something about that state, it just kind of asks to be ragged on. It does so many preposterous things, like... I think it is a place of extremes. Right, well, around and round we go again. So that we can get that wall to fall down. Took me ages to figure out, and even then I'm still not sure where the magic spot is you have to stand. Don't need to be in there, it's just sapping my health. I think it's either on this platform somewhere or that one. There we go. You're really not the greatest. They could have done with putting, like... If it was being a problem like that, where it wasn't activating when it should, they should have put a highlighted bit, like indicating the player, like, hey, stand here. Just like, you know, a crystal in the ceiling that's causing an illuminated spot on the floor. You don't need to put writing or anything in the level, it just make the player look at it like, well, why are you highlighting this? Player steering. I really suck at Duke 3D, I don't know why. I'm usually pretty good at it. I'm not playing so well today, but as I said, I'm not trying to. I'm just slacking off here. It's nice to just be having a nice meander about. Frame rate will go to hell in these curves. Infrared in Win3-1 Lend. You know, I probably will build, when I've out and buy them schematics again, I'll build on them stupid Ethernet converters. If only to demonstrate how awful they are. Like, they're really not great. Ethernet over infrared, but it isn't... It isn't IRDA, you are literally just replacing the cable with infrared transceivers and transistor logic. I have no jetpack, so we can't go and visit the dirtfish. Or at least where the dirtfish would have been, because on the bottom of this... may not be in this version, actually. You know, we can go and look anywhere, because I've got a save game. We'll see if it's down there. Sorry, Duke, I'm going to break your legs. Yep, the tech's there. We saw it go by. It's weird how they just never put a picture of the dirtfish in. You'd think they would have done, really. Who started the Dirtfish Lives thing? What was the first game to have that in? I can't remember. Does it still show up in games, or has it been forgotten about by now? Is that now just not a thing that anyone does? There's plenty of games throughout history have had that printed in them somewhere. The world was a better place when it had the dirtfish in it. Made you figure at least you ain't as stupid as he is, you know? Suck missiles! There we go. Yeah, I am wondering if launch facility's even in this version of the game. If it's not, we'll have to go back and play it when we load up 1.3 full. Too many slurps. 10 base 2 over. Well, that's basically what it is, because you're running like 10 base T half duplex with infrared. Ten base T on a hub runs nearly as badly as 10 base 2, not quite as bad. But it's getting up there, because I mean, everything's still sort of really just one line. Oh, a lot of good those are to me, and I missed the holes on the way down. And I've no jetpack, so I can't get in there. I don't believe. No, it's just that bit too high. Ah, fuckers. What's weird is this actually has the sector there like that one, but it's not raised up. Oh yeah. PowerPoint mode for sure. I can kind of tolerate it for the most part. I'm far more resilient to low frame rates than a lot of people, but we're going to put that to the test now, because it's boss time. And he's probably going to tar me a new asshole. But again, the level's cluing you in, the door's highlighted, it looks green and ominous. Aliens always like green, because green's evil. I ain't falling for that game. Cool, you can't soft lock yourself, and we've got a med kit waiting for us, so you know you're getting into something bad, and not to go in here until you're absolutely ready. But I would argue this guy is the hardest boss in the game by a long fucking way. Oh jeez, yeah, no, my frame rate abilities are definitely going to be put to the test here, I feel. So every now and then, like, especially at the back of the room there, it really sort of stalls my controls where it buffers lots of inputs, and so he just swings around. He runs quite quick, this guy, and he will crush you underfoot, so I'm definitely blowing the women up. I can't see it, but I can hear the it alerts me to. So what I've done is awful. Oh yes. Feel the performance. Go figure, my low-end 1993 computer sort of struggles a bit with a game from 96. We got him. Green CPU been pushed to the limit. It's doing alright though.
I'm Duke Nukem, and I'm coming to get the rest of you alien bastards.
Yeah, hubs have benefits. Anything's better than 10 base 2. So maybe 10 base 5 is horrible to work with. Yeah, this doesn't use A&M, this cinematic. It's its own special thing. There's nothing else like it in the game. After wiping the blood and brains from his boots, Duke explored the alien ship. Monitors showed a titanic alien ship hovering above Earth, with dozens of smaller ships offloading green cocoon-like pods. One showed them in close-up. They all held women, still alive, just like the ones Duke encountered. Duke glowered in the pale green monitor light and set the auto-destruct sequence on the alien ship. He stared at the screen once again. No one steals our chicks, sneered Duke, and lives.
Rockin'.
I guess that's how you would have experienced this if you did it the way we would have on this machine. Ah, yes, the Shareware nag screen. But it only really does this when you beat the game, so it's fine. Available on CD-ROM. 28 total levels. New weapons like the laser gun and shrinkware. Laser gun, so we were still intent on putting that on, were we? Not the shrinker, not the freezer. We were going to have the laser gun. Imagine shrinking your enemies and stepping on them. Also got wall-mounted lasers, ideal for traps in multiplayer. 8-player network games. More music, sound, and Duke talk. Level editor, absolutely. Tools provided as is due to their complexity, but you're free to, yes. Giving level design tools for a very complex piece of software to people who've never touched a level editor before in their lives was bound to produce mixed results. 5 of our other Sharewares, full versions of Duke 1 and 2, which the Shareware disc I bought this on in the 90s actually had, and it wasn't supposed to, well, Duke 2. And it's the weird 1.0 version that doesn't have the title. Full list of cheat codes. Large Duke mousepad, I'd like one. Could order the Duke 3D strategy guide. $39.95 seems reasonable. The Realms BBS, CompuServe, America Online. That's how I would have got there. Like, or even the aliens apparently invented CRT script. Probably. CRT's the best. They're by far the best. We'll have to switch hardware. Too big for a set of floppies. Yeah, probably. You could do the Shareware on floppies. There are floppy versions of the Shareware. But I'm wondering, is Launch Facility not in here? I mean, it probably used to be, like, in the main rotation somewhere, I think. Because Episode 1, until very close to this, used to end in space. So this is a bit of a different experience to like how the game was meant to be for quite a long time. Occupied Territory was going to be the boss map. Yeah, let's see if we can get into Launch Facility. They might have disabled this sort of thing from here. Duke 3D /L6V1. Let's try that. See if it'll let us do it. Probably have the tools. I can probably just rip the file out. Ah! Yes, I think the crack bugged out. I mean, again, I really like this game, you know I like this game, but I would never ever say this game was perfect. Like, it is not flawless, it does have some faults, it does have some bugs. All the best games do, and I guess I can't bug my way up on top of that. Usually can with rotating platforms. Still can see the Dark Forces DNA like crazy though. But this room used to be symmetrical because it used to have all this geometry, used to have a copy of it on that side. And probably only recently removed when this released. I do wonder if they meant you to get in here differently to how it's... Like maybe the crack was never there and I just imagined it. I don't know, but it wouldn't be complete if we didn't play through this level. So we might as well do it here. And when we finish this, I'll take a break because I need to eat. And then I shall switch machine and we shall go to 1.3. I thought it wasn't putting slime power on for a moment then, but it seems to be, but it seems maybe a little bit less intense. Colour's holding up on that side of things. I think we probably went through a lot of that with it being slightly pink. It's pretty weird how when my audio stuff fails, it's always on the right. Can we actually start hitting things with this gun, please? Not having it. Where was I? Oh, I forgot what I was on about now. Well, that probably wasn't important. Oh yeah, when my audio shit fails, it's always the right hand side that goes out. To the point that I'm actually going deaf quicker in my left ear because of the sound always been really loud on that side. From just cranking things like hell to compensate for the right channel being low. And when the video shit goes, it always tends towards red. I can hear the misters back here, there he is. Just had visions of him showing up and shooting me while I was dealing with that problem. No, I don't want that. I definitely think slime power is less intense in this. It doesn't look quite as green. Yeah, Tech War's a bit lumpy. I think there might have been a game before Tech War, I can't remember now. I don't remember what it was. Actisys redistribution, IARM on support for generic IRDA. Yeah. Probably just, I don't imagine it's something people are playing with, which a lot of it probably hasn't been archived very well. But I have a far bit of hardware now that is... If I lose my copy of the software, it's basically useless because nobody else has it. And people don't want my fucking uploads, so... And as we know, my web server is basically dark as far as any of the search engines or browsers are concerned, so... Because I won't pay the racket for... I am going to just once, I will put it on SSL. Just to get around it, but that whole thing is a massive concerted effort to kill self-hosting. It really is. Labeled switches again. It's very good to know what you're messing with. Oh, I hate these guys. In this version, these guys are real annoying because they just don't quit. They're just constantly teleporting. I'm really glad they turned that down. This game definitely had a little bit of housekeeping to be done on it before it released in full.
Movie.
Definitely. I do have pipe bombs. I'm not going to use them. I'll wait for them to come up. Because they will generally always jetpack. If your Z is higher than theirs, they will start jetpacking. So we're in the room I was leveraging to experiment with reflections. This is just the lights, isn't it? I mean, it's very nice, it's very impressive. You know, these really weren't things you saw so much back then. I mean, it is just showing off a lot of this, isn't it? Stupid teleporting bloody lizards. My lizard can do some teleporting, you want to see it? That is one gnarly little sine wave when you press that. I don't have a jetpack, I can't go up there. Damn it. Oh well, never mind. I can do it without a jetpack. Fuck. Missed. Fuck. Fuck.
Holy cow.
Damn it.
Holy cow.
They're way more vicious than I thought they would be. No, Ted, he was vicious with me. I wonder where that stupid ginger girl is now. I wonder if she's having a real nice life without me to torment her. It served her right. She was obsessive. It was annoying. The other day I was on about when I told her that there was a nuke heading for her to blow up a hamster. I was talking to someone about it where I've been like, ah yes, well, you know, she was bugging me and I just used to make shit up and she wouldn't believe it. But she sort of wanted to play along, so you kept saying it. Eventually she'd play along and then she'd forget it wasn't real. And so it's like, hey Lauren, have you heard the news? No. Well, you should have done, it's the news. Why? Well, apparently this morning, General Akboob has, like, declared war on Palestine.
Let's
so
rock.
Israel has retaliated
I'm a new one.
by invoking, like, something with Saudi Arabia. And so now General Akboob has launched a nuclear missile, but unfortunately it's got a faulty navigational guidance circuit because the engineer hates gingers, and so it's headed straight for your house because it's locked onto your hamster or something. No, there isn't. Yeah, there is. It was on the news, so it's got to be real. No! Yes, absolutely. And of course she forgets it's not real, she starts playing along and then thinks it's real and starts freaking out. Well, we saw a little bit of the rocket explosion. So she decided she was running away. We were only kids at the time, well, sort of teenagers. And so, like, yeah, she run away to the edge of the neighbourhood, and she sat under a tree, like, with the pouring rain in the dark. Oh, hey, General Akboob, why didn't somebody do anything to stop him? Well, they might now, but it's not going to do any good. What's going to happen to my mum and dad? Well, they'll get blown up, because it's a bomb. What's going to happen to Alice, our friend? Nuclear annihilation, I would expect. What's going to happen to my hamster? Complete and total nuclear obliteration. There will be a shadow in the shape of a hamster wherever it's stood when the thing hits. Anyway, I'm not going to sit here all night. I'm going home. I've run out of sandwiches now. I always wondered how long she sat there, like, you know, because the next day, you know, she saw me, I saw her in the street, and she just sort of jumped on me and started hitting me. She was quite angry. Her punches were weak. They didn't. You told me there was a bomb. I thought there was. You mean there wasn't? Well, that's good to know. I guess your hamster's all right then. You'd think she'd alarm that hanging out with me always resulted in things like that happening. I thought there was a bomb. Oh, that's stupid. Why would you believe something like that? God, only a ginger would come up with something like that. I don't even have anything against gingers. It's just that she was really conscious of it, and so it was what I picked on her for. You know, it was my usual sort of respect. Serves you right for being ginger.
Gonna rip him a new one.
So that's launch facility. It's not really much different to the final. I don't think they've really changed much there. Well, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a quick break to get some food. And then we'll switch over to the Pentium and we'll do version 1.3. Obviously, I'll still be around reading stuff. I'll probably come back on the microphone at some point. But yeah, I've really got to get some food and run to the bathroom. Because I suppose it's an opportunity for everybody else to do the same. Yeah, Pentium power, it'll make mincemeat out of this machine. That's for sure. But I mean, it bloody should, because, I mean, this thing would have been like, you know, sort of in the small hundreds of dollars. That Pentium would have been like 10 grand. Probably more, actually, now I've upgraded the hard drives. It's probably like a 12 grand machine when that was new. So it bloody better had performed well. Right, we'll be back in just a moment. Well then, I suppose we'd better hook up this Pentium and continue. Plan is going to be to go on to the Pentium for episode 2, and to go on to the K5 for episode 3, and the Pentium II for episode 4. We might as well keep switching hardware. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to enter... Well, this is confusing. My monitors are... So my LEDs there, and my Trinitrons here. And it's set up that way so that, because that's how it was, they were stacked. And now I've moved the desk. But if I changed them, I'd have to mess about in OBS, and I didn't have time. How do I edit the stream description? My button for it's gone. So I really should add that to the list, shouldn't I? Ah, here we go. We need PC specs. So we'll add that in there. So that's there for anyone who wonders later. So that is Zoe. It is an 8-bit PS5 PCI. It has an Intel Pentium SX754 at 66 megahertz. It has a Diamond Stealth Video 2001, which is an S3 3064V plus. It has a 128 megs of RAM. For some reason starts bringing a weird menu out. It also has a Pro Audio Spectrum 16. And it also has a Turtle Beach Maui wavetable. But of course I still have to wire it up. But what we can do very quickly is, I was saying about this desk setup and how the room's in disarray. And let me see if I can summon this. I can, but it zooms right in on the crappy fucking plasterboard. That's real nice of it. But what we've got is... Well, that seems to be skewing it all over the place. Just hang on a minute. There we go. So that is now where I'm sat. So I'm a little bit forward of where things were, because previously the base of my chair would have been, well, my monitor would have been about where my hand is now, and so we've been sat back in that corner there, and we're now sat at this end of the room. So yeah, in the image there, let me see. Yeah, you can see we're at the other end of the gas fire. And I want somebody to come and take this gas fire out, because it's not doing anything, it doesn't work or anything. So we might as well just have the space back, and push my surfer against it. And I can probably use the flue that's in there, because this is hollow, it's not a real chimney. We can probably use that as the exhaust duct for the air conditioner, which is way off in that direction somewhere. Although that sort of broke yesterday, and I'm still not 100% if it's properly working. But in any case, we'll hook this Pentium up, we'll get it going, and we'll get episode 2. We'll go on version 1.3, which is the first retail version of the game. But as I don't have bloody switch boxes, it does mean crawling about under the desk and moving the cables over manually. I'm not above doing such things. As I say, I want to build my own sort of switch box, because these rotary switch ones horribly unreliable. And they're quite a few years old now, so they're starting to wear out. And yeah, buying that style of rotary switch is actually quite expensive. So if I wanted to replace those, like, yeah, it cost me quite a bit. They're not even that good. If I wanted to build my own, it cost me even more, because they don't have the ability to switch the mice. I should really look and see how far they go with like the VGA side of things. If they're switching unused pins, maybe then I'll fix them, because maybe I can send the mice through. But where I sort of come unstuck is some of my machines use PS2 mice, and it's can I share lines with the serial, and I don't think I can, and mine's going to use relays. The thing we're using relays is, well, they stack up quite quickly as to how many you need and the cost of having them. And you have to do it, but yeah, I can't say I'm pleased about it. I've looked at it, trying to eliminate any lines I can, but I think we arrived at something silly like 16 relays per machine. Because you can get relays that have more than 2 pearls, but the price goes up exponentially, so you'd end up building the whole thing out of double pearl relays. Where is that thing? Oh, is my brain fucking up the left-right again? Probably. It's definitely the back of the capture card there. I can't actually see this, by the way. Entirely just doing this on feel. Feel very gnarly, what Rystar was called. Okay, so that will be the Pentium in, or it should be. Is this attached to anything? No, I think it's just snagging. We shall move the U5 out of there. Look at the state of my arms. You can tell I haven't been able to eat anything for a couple of months, can't you? All that time and effort to put muscle back on, it's all nearly gone already. And it gets harder to get it back every time. I don't know if I'll be able to do it again now. Well, that might be it. I'll just be stuck skinny. I don't like it. What can you do when you have a chronic disease, you know? A borderline useless bloody healthcare system. Yet another case of, you know, being forced to subsidise other people to have really nice lives at your expense while your life gets fucking worse. Really is bullshit the way this whole thing works. Right, let's see if this thing will work up. Usually does. Here we go. I don't think I have Duke 1.3 installed on here, so I'm going to start it with the CD drives and everything. And then we shall, I may have to break out my retail copy of the game, which would be there. That's 1.3, assuming the disc is in there. I'll stall it out in the menu while I have a look. Let's have us a look. Disc might be too battered to be usable. Oh, that's not in good shape. Don't even think, where is my microfiber cloth? Oh, I got one there. Try that. Might polish up all right. I'm classy, you see. I'm real classy, me. Oh, that just looks. I think it's had a few too many lasers of dying drives knock into that. We might end up just burning one. Should we burn a CD in the middle of a stream? We could. We might end up having to, you know. We'll see. I'll have a look and see if it's installed, and if it's not, then we're going to be sat here going through installation processes again. We'll get to see the machine do something that not many socket 4 machines out there are going to be able to do. I mean, how many socket 4 machines do you think are actually out there? Because I doubt if there's really that many. It's not a popular platform, socket 4. Oh yeah, you can set the colour in the DOS boot menus. There's it's just menu colour, and then it's just the standard B800 colour, like numbers from 0 to 15. And you can set the backgrounds full bright actually, which a lot of things can't. It doesn't necessarily persist like once you've been in an application. Right, let's have a look. See if we have, well, we have the Shareware. Let's go in D. Let's do DOS key, because I've got a few drives to go through here. Feels a bit weird getting used to this new keyboard position. So I'm quite sure that will be 1.4. Okay, well that's no problem. We're going to have to get the files for this, and my NAS isn't working. So we're going to have to go a bit of a roundabout way, and this might actually take us a little bit of time. Which it sucks, but I can't get the NAS to go, and I've not had time. It's literally a mad rush just to get things on the desk at all to get to this stage. But what we can do is do it this way. I really need to set gag or something on this. And now the machine should do different things to what it was doing a moment ago. It is woefully complicated, this computer. I think I broke the Win95 install on this somewhere. Hopefully it works enough that I can do this. If not, we'll just play 1.5. Despite the satellite noob being able to talk with the printer, it couldn't get the print job delivered to... Oh. Don't use them as simple line printers, can you? I don't think those. Right then, we'll just do it this way. No problem. Come on, piece of junk. Faster. I think you're going to be able to connect to that. That NAS is broken. And it has successfully corrupted its rainbow tables for the passwords. So, yeah, we ain't going to be doing that. Manually cancel that. At least I see land traffic, so that tells me something. Uh-oh. Well, I'm not too worried about that. It's probably just an interrupt problem. Good enough. What is this folder? Oh, that folder thinks it is. Let's see.
I bet I can slam. Sorry, dude. The unit's broken.
So because I don't really care about this Win95 install, it's a bit of a fucking shit show. I can't show the web address for this. I do apologise. I don't like resorting to censorship, but I've got to. I have to for this, unfortunately. Yeah, this should work. Should? There's no guarantee that it will.
I didn't know it did that.
What's broken here? Bullshit. I wonder if I can do it this way. Gotcha. Excellent. Oh man, the copy on this is going to take ages. But what can you do? What can you do? What sort of free space do we have? Oh, it says I should have enough. Oh, but I need enough to extract as well. We'll use store 2 temporarily. It's got 1.8 gigs of free space. Okay, so that'll show up as just a copy operation now. That's better. Really? That's faster than I thought it would go. Jeez, this really isn't an ideal setup. I wonder if I could just take PKZip and run it in Windows 95, you know. I do wonder. What do we reckon?
For a butt munch, you're a fucky rapper, Beavis.
Like, I mean, it's in keeping with the time. Like, Beavis and Butthead was all the rage back when this was going on. Yeah, I don't seem to have that on either. Never mind, I can go get it.
You're a fucky rapper, Beavis.
I know where I have it. Hold on. What we'll do is we'll go in there. We'll go. That should have it. Alright, yeah, I do just have that out in the open. There we go. PK unzip, and I think I can just do that. This could take some time. Oh, I know PKZip runs fine in Windows. I just couldn't remember if I could just take the one executable or if I'd have to mess about installing it. Hard drives are fast on this at least, so any speed problem here is going to be the processor. We get to see a real demo of how fast the Pentium is. In hindsight, I should have installed 7-zip, but I didn't anticipate having to deal with this sort of thing on here. Yeah, the WinTV works under Win95. The capture on it's not entirely reliable. It mostly functions. You know, these are some pretty big files for a Windows 95 PC to be dealing with. Now, one of these should have... Which one is it? This might take me a bit of digging. And where else are you gonna see piracy taking place in real time? I just downloaded that off a dodgy website, mine, and yeah, that isn't public facing. It's why I can't show the URL because I'm not going to hide the fact I have a web page that has like lots and lots of ISOs on it. But it's not meant for use by the public, like it is internal only. And, obviously I've no desire to sit here committing piracy. I own the game, you've seen I own a retail copy of it, so this is my backup copy. To use custom wallpapers. Oh yeah, well you got to, each of them has something that's in keeping with it. But this machine's not really meant to run Windows 95, so it's a bit janky. Like, it usually runs Windows 3.1. It only has Windows 95 on, curiously enough, for this very reason, that it lets me access more formats of CD image and burn them and rip them and stuff. So as we established, the original discs get destroyed, or I don't want them to get destroyed, so I tend to play on backup copies. Or, has it? Really? Are we doing this again? That's no good. Fix that. It didn't look like it inflated anything to me. Hope it didn't just dump it somewhere weird. Maybe it did. Like, what if it dropped it in... it probably would. It'd put it on the path, wouldn't it? Wouldn't really matter, but... Oh, it did as well. 76 meg, that seems a little bit small. I would expect the disc to be bigger than that. Let me check something. Yeah, it just dumped it in the CWD. Current working directory. Right, let's have a look here. Let me double check this. It's so frustrating now. I can just open the ISI on the other machine, but they're incapable of talking to each other. Unless it starts checking things in that window. 1.3 full version. Image file. No, that's correct apparently. Geez, that seems like a waste of a CD. Let me see what I can do here. I might be able to work some magic. Just maybe. Just maybe. We can give it a go. What does this machine call itself on the LAN? I never really anticipated having to do these things. Z95, well at least that's nice and easy. Oh dear, you're going to make me have to find files that I might not have. I don't remember if I copied that on here. Oh no, wait, I can do this under Windows 3.1. I might not have to burn a CD after all. Oh, my sinuses. It's going to take a while. Because now we've initiated this, so I'm not sure we can... Okay, it'll want me to reset the PC though, won't it? Oh no, I do need files. Yeah, this is the Zaf way. Nothing's ever straightforwards. Yeah, I don't think I have them files. I guess I just never enabled this. As soon as it asks me for something, I'm screwed. I don't have the CD for Windows 95 on hand. You know, I should probably just disable the sound card under this OS. I'm going to restart the PC, but I don't think I need to worry about this too much. Okay, just run the setup files extractor. Well, that's kind of what I'm going to try to do, but the problem is, like getting... is how do I extract them? Because I don't have the tools to do it on this machine. And getting anything to communicate over the LAN. I'm going to try to do that, but I can't vouch for it working, so I'm trying to do it from a Windows 10 machine, and it's the only other machine I have running. I suppose I could use the Armada, it's right behind me. I'll do that if it fails. I'll find an Ethernet cable. I might be able to get this to go, as it's only like a one-off, one-way thing. The problem is, like copying out of Windows 10, it could take hours. Because you know the average copy speed on Windows 10's network stack, it's still got all the bugs in it from Windows NT4. It's fucking slow. It doesn't like talking to older machines. Yeah, I could do multi-session, I suppose, but I've found that doesn't really work in CDR-Win. It doesn't seem to know what that is. Yeah, I was sure I had this on here, and I sort of remember that last minute, like, oh shit, I do it. I'll get my retail CD, but it's too beat up, so it's always a hassle. There's always... Do I need all? I can do it with common. We're not doing anything weird here. We're just trying to do a LAN transfer. Ethernet card's defective in this machine. It doesn't help. If I had the NAS, it would be great, because all these files are up on the NAS, but the NAS is broken. Oh, come off it. What? Really? You tell me my sound card's gonna, like, give up on me now? Probably. Well, we'll just listen to the ding-ding-dings. It might be I have to just cold boot the machine, but as long as I can copy files, should be fine. Okay, I got it. Right, here we go. Ah, fucking unexpected error, you piece of shit. Why is Windows NT so fucking useless? Right. Let's try making a directory first. And then we'll try this. Then we'll try that. And see what it bitches about now. Okay, we're copying files. Hold on a second. Now we can see the file copy. Pop that there. Pirates! I love playing pirates. I cannot show you the URL for obvious reasons, but what I could do is I could probably just show you what the page looks like. And that's what's right at the top of it. But like I say, it's not a public page. There's nothing that links into there. Well, we're going faster than I would expect. That's alright. It's not doing too bad. I love playing pirates. But it's the thing when you're, you know, like I say, when it's not a public facing page, you can just do whatever the fuck you want. You got this lovely burst of speed at the beginning, which, oh yeah, full speed, and then Windows 10 was, oh, I don't know, I'm not actually good at this transferring stuff. What a piece of shit. I've never known an operating system as broken as Windows NT. Alright, yeah, the user that's connected is just me. I'm going to have to figure out what this sound card problem is, but I think it's just because I've warm booted. Unfortunately, it might stop Windows 3.1 from shutting down, but as long as we've got no disk activity, we should be fine. Hopefully, this is where we break the computer. But that should be the files on. Right. There we go. We'll do it this way then. We'll know very quickly if it's working. Oh yeah, man, you gotta love a bit of buffer underflow. It's brilliant. That's how you know it works. At least you know the buffer technically works, right? Though the sound card's probably working fine. It's probably just like the software that's been silly. I'm quite sure I know what that is. I think it is just an interrupt conflict in the Windows 95 config. And I think it's just the SCSI controller that's on the sound card. You can't disable it under Windows 95. It's always there. And it's disabled under all the other configurations. Okay. I had to run attrib because the file's probably read-only. It's no problem. So we're on D, I think. No, maybe we're on F. That's the one. I haven't had this drive upgrade in here very long. Are these read-only, do you think? Yes, they are. No, they aren't. Excellent. Do you think I could get away with copying... you reckon I could get away with copying the config from Duke 1.4 into here? I sort of think we might. We'll have a go. Oh, really? Oh, really? Haha, there we go. Let's see if you can do it like that. I would rather deal with these things than modern nonsense that does it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not averse to dealing with an interrupt conflict. Like I say, I'm quite confident that that's all it is, and I don't care, because that Win 95... I'll probably just disable the sound card. That Windows 95 installs only there for burning CDs. That's literally all it does. This machine's a Windows 3.1 machine. That's just there as a convenience, because I can read a few other formats of file with tools that run on Windows 95. In Windows 3.1 you're pretty much limited to bin Q, and that's really about it. Doesn't help with interrupts. Some devices drive it instead of pulling it down. Oh yeah, it is a bit of a clusterfuck, but I know the machine works, and it works on DOS, and it works in 3.1, and that's all it needs to do. In 95 I set everything up just to see if I could, but it's really meant for like just burning CDs, so I will just turn the sound card off. Probably it's the fastest way to fix it. Right, so we'd probably want to run this. Like, we'll try and get as much out of this as we can. So, well, we're in screen buffered mode. We'll go for Visa mode. And what do you reckon we try being cocky and we try for 640 by 200? 640 by 350? It might run at that. Or could we try 400? Or is that 360 mode? I can't remember what that is. We could certainly try that. 360 by whatever it was. We shall see. We'll try 640 by 400, but it might be a bit of a steep ask for this computer. But we'll see. We'll give it a go. Let's see if you can run it on that config. It's from a later version of the game, but all of the game funcs should have the same name. Oh yeah, shit, I forgot. All the game funcs should have the same name. Canon BJ printer right there with a recent place in the printer awkwardly behind the laptop night. Oh yeah, I was on about that, wasn't I though? That was sort of the problem with infrared. I remember having to prop things up on bucks and all sorts to use it. I mean, I mostly used it with like feature phones, but I think quickly got surpassed by Bluetooth, which I never really... I can't get Bluetooth to work. I've never actually seen that shit function. It's another reason other than the fact they sound like shit, is another reason I won't use it for headphones. Duke's going into space. Let's see if we are asking too much of it with that video mode. We probably are. I don't know, that seems to handle quite nicely actually. Okay, Lunar Apocalypse. Let's go, let's rock. Let's rock.
Nobody steals our chicks.
Yeah, move, because that's going to blow us up.
Hail to the king.
Of course, I watch demos, so run mode turns itself off. It is a minor bug this game has. Yeah, I mean, we're at nigh on double the resolution. I think it's having to draw like 4 times as many pixels as that 486. And it's not having a hard time of it at all. You know, I think people now don't really realise just what a beast the Pentium was. Like, you probably couldn't afford the damn thing, but holy fuck did it just trample everything else. Well, it is a mighty processor, and Intel sure managed to cement the name. Because there's, you know, they managed to stall AMD and everybody for long enough that the Pentium was the only thing for a good couple of years there. By the way, how's the audio? Is the audio okay? Because it's actually delayed for me and I can't fix that now. I can't do anything, so I'd have to close OBS to... No, I probably can do it. Let me try something. Like, even if it's fine for you, it might not be for me. Because I get delays, it has to come through so much shit to get here. So that's about to disappear for a second. It will come back with any luck. Flirt those points. I don't think there's many slurps in the space levels. Funnily enough, the 486 would probably do a lot better in these than it did in episode 1. Because they shoved all the slurps back in episode 1 to show off they could do them. The space levels were mostly built back in V5, before slurps were a thing. I thought I could get up somewhere there, apparently not. Never mind. I miss that font. I wish they'd kept that font in 1.5. When I do new in version 2, I am just going to have it use that font. Like, I shouldn't be using 3D Realms as art tiles in my own art tiles, but as they won't work if you don't have the original game, and they're part of the game anyway, I think I can make an exception for those, because I always found the font from the later versions inexcusably ugly. I'm sure he didn't pick the shotgun ammo up. Was there ever any there, or was I just seeing his bloodied corpse? Well, all these places we've been and where we're going. The future used to be so awesome back then, man. Let's turn the frame rate counter on. We might as well have some of that. Not that I think you can see it. I can try repositioning that. Hang on. Let's have a look. See if we can get any more of the screen on. But no. A little bit annoying. Well, at least censor it a bit more. I would love if I could get better hardware for this conversion, but I've never found any. I've never found anything that comes close to this Jeffen, or G-Fen as some people say it. And plus, I'd kind of like to keep using it. It's an American company as far as I know, and when I have the choice, I'd generally rather give my money to them than the Chinese. I mean, it's, you know, you got to figure out who would you rather deal with there. You can click through the geometry in the PS1 version here. Where is this jerk? There he is. My skills would probably look a bit better now that we're running at decent speeds as well. There we go. Force field off. There's a door down here. I think that's a one-way. I'll tell you what, a strong entry this level is. Like, you know, you're coming out of the Shareware, and a lot of games back then really suffered Shareware syndrome. And this really, really didn't here. You know, this is a pretty strong showing for going into the post-Shareware game. This always reminds me of the observation balcony thing from Red Dwarf's second series. Access card is now mine. I have access to play card games. We're going to go and play some poker with the aliens. And if I win, they have to leave. I'm so tempted to send the elevator out of bounds, just sit here and just bubble it until it breaks. Yeah, when I was on about the repair and do not repair list, the DNR list, this machine's definitely on the repair list. This and that U540 are a couple of my favourites out of what I earn for certain. So this thing would always get fixed, no matter what. Even if it costs a lot of time and money, I would keep this thing going as long as I could. And this is actually closer to my first experience with this game because, you know, it was a socket 4 Pentium that my family bought. And so when Duke 3D came out, it's what we had. Quite unusual. I thought there was a drone here. Oh wait, there is. I know where he is. Perish, you evil thing! I hate them. Everybody hates them. Isn't the shit up? See, I knew there was a mister in there. I was right. Yeah, a lot of people reckon the space episode's boring, and I think maybe that's sort of a retroactive thing. Because I think the space episode's fucking awesome. I actually think the space episode might be the coolest one. See, what is that? I can hear something. Something open somewhere. It's to my right. Oh, my stereo's flipped. I don't know. Not sure what that is. And I have a vague memory of it as well. Maybe it's up there. Oh, I'm not seeing it. I don't care. Can't be important. Let's just leave. Yeah, now I don't think the spectacle's as impressive as it once was. Like, it's just a picture. You still have the next gen. No, that died long ago. That's long gone. I don't even miss it, to be honest. It was useless, that thing. You couldn't do anything with it. You couldn't run this game. Newer font looked like a bunch of roof tiles cobbled. It was just gross. It really was disgusting, the Atomic Edition font. We will see it again when we get to episode 4. I'm going to stick with 1.3. Like I say, when we get to episode 3, I don't know if it'll be tonight, I don't know how long I'll be streaming. But we'll go over the K5 for that. So we won't see that shitty font until we get to episode 4. But no, the next gen's long gone. I've still got the C&T 386. Because that's one of my favourites. I really like that machine. I don't know what it is about it, it's just something neat about it. But yeah, it's just a picture, the parallax sky, but it felt so vast. Like, you looked out at that, like, back then, it was just like, wow, you know, this is huge. It was something Doom really didn't manage to do very much. Even Dark Forces maybe didn't portray it as well as it could have. That you're in space sometimes. I think Doom showed you could sell a fast-passing shooter. Dark Forces showed you how to make one, and Duke 3D really just sort of showed how good it could be. Some movie reference, I don't get it. It seems like something that would be out of a Spillerberg or like Stick Brick or whatever his name was. Kubrick. It's all over the place. You know what I mean? I like trashy movies. I like all the movies the critics hate. Like, this is just a cheap, blooming, gory, like, action film that has no, like, it's like, yeah, because it's entertaining. That's what movies aren't meant to be, art. They're meant to be entertaining. I mean, sure, that there is an art form to make it a good one, I don't deny that, but before all else, I want to be entertained when I watch a film. It's the same as playing a game. I want to be entertained. It's supposed to be entertaining. Fuck if it's like preposterous action film shit. That's where all the fun is. Yeah, this... stupid drones. Yeah, this thing really handles 640 by 400 like it's nothing. Run away. No. Evil. I don't care about these guys, Seth. Okay, he's disappeared. New beasts are a real problem because they move so fast. Keep them out. There we go. That'll teach them. I like how the song in this level resolves, like, at the end. So there's a slight bit of pomposity about it. We're going to run into some pompous music pretty soon, because when this game's done I want to play something modern. As in released within the last decade, so it might well be a few years old. And I might give the 750 Ti one last hurrah before we switch over. But then I want to dig out Zelda 3 after that. Oh yeah, you can't kick those off in 1.3. So yeah, that has some pretty strange things with its music that I've never heard anybody like comment on. So it's actually quite funny when you realise what it's doing a lot of the time. But yeah, THX11, it could be. I always thought that was a bloody gimmicky sound marketing thing that... I don't know. I've seen 2001 A Space Odyssey. It's pretty boring. Zaf, your levels, puzzles, and... Yeah, well, guess what? So does the original game, damn it. Oh, we got square waves. It's doing better than that fucking VZ1 synthesizer. I don't have to worry about, you know, the fact I got a few missing clips. Guitar dickhead is gonna learn it back. He has accepted, he does know, you know, that that's never going to get repaired, that if it ever breaks down on him, he's got to find something else. Something's stopping me going in the water. Enough with the hearty floor. Vile alien creatures. His sprite shadow was lighter than the darkness there. Well, that was, I can't even remember what's down here, you know.
Blowing out your ass.
Well, might as well. Oh, I'm glad I came down. There's a fucking devastator in there, mate. I've never seen her having a devastator. I sometimes forget that you even have that in episode 2, because internally it was sort of called the Cycloid, so you think of it as being the Cycloid's weapon, so you think, oh, we mustn't have that until after you were meant to defeat him, and he was going to be the episode 2 boss, not episode 3. Ah, shit, no, get off. You can save ammo, because if you press fire when he's switching weapon, it will still stop him, but you can't boot them. It's not like 1.4 where you can kick them off your face. You have to shoot a gun. I might use that portable med kit I've got, you know. Well, thanks for shooting me right as I'm healing, dickhead. That's just mean. That's cruel. You know, you see some guy there trying to put a bandage on, you just like, you know, ripping the other bandage off with the other fucking hand.
Hail to the king, baby.
Cruel. Cruel and unusual. Man, we're getting really mangled here. Oh, because there's a fucking turret. Screw you, turret. Nobody likes you. You smell funny as well. Hey, those teleporters triggered multiple times, though. Well, that drone is, but I don't want to... Stupid drones. Right, there's an atomic health left farther back in... Left farther back in the level. I'm going to go back and get it. Before we leave. We might as well take what we can get. There's that pomposity about the music. You know, it's like... Thinks it's better than you. And it just comes on with another assault. Haha, the atomic health is mine! You'll never stop me. Unless something explodes in my face. I'm gonna leave the door open now, and everyone can deal with all the drones getting through. So probably more of them after we leave. There'll just be this whole army of them waiting out there. It was worth going back and getting that atomic health. You just wasted it. Nah, I just made use of it, is what I did, because that would have killed us if I hadn't picked that up. Let's imagine Duke points his pistol right around his face to get the... Probably. I mean, that wouldn't be like a great thing just holding a gun to your face. The kick a slimer. It does make sense. But it's one of those gameplay over realism things where I think that I haven't saved yet. Shit. There we go. Save us. But it's a gameplay over realism thing where I think you're a lot better off being able to kick him even though it makes no sense. You know, I assume he just does yoga and so it's maybe not that difficult for him. I used to be able to put my leg behind my head. I'm not quite flexible enough to do it anymore. I have lyrics to this song that I can't sing on YouTube. Fast all the bikes. Watching the news, that kind of... ties in with it as well. How much of that do I don't even have one? I don't think these are the drones like charging stations, that they're a bit like one of those silly little robotic vacuums that don't do shit, so you still need to earn a proper vacuum cleaner anyway, where they automatically return to like their charging dock, like... I got a freezer as well. I didn't think we got that until episode 3. It shows what I know. They really didn't hesitate to give you the new weapons. I can hear the wub wub wubs of drones, but I can't see them. That makes me nervous. Oh, there's wood in here. Like, it comes out in sympathy with Doom a little bit. Because somewhere towards the end of the level there is actually wood. Where do you go fast? I can't remember. This is a left-right thing. Jeez. Some expertly placed explosives though, to not damage me. There was a conscious thought there, even if the solution was not perfect. Even if it wasn't like, you know, an ideal situation, there was an attempt to make it not suck. But yeah, a lot of these slurpy bits are certainly late additions to these maps, because this map goes back at least to V5. I didn't want to pick both of those up. At least to V5 before slurps were in. So, you know, they came a long way, these maps. There he is, he's still active. Duke can do a flying kick in place with it. Oh yeah, we're in 1.3 now, aren't we? So we should be able to, must go! Yes. Duke definitely does like a lot of yoga and stuff for sure. Run away! Hey! I actually had a dream last night that for some weird reason, like I couldn't tell you why. Well, there was like Vladimir Putin and some other political leader, I don't actually remember who it was, possibly someone who doesn't even exist, and that they refused to speak to each other, and so they were just hiring random people, and that they were literally in this crappy 60s brutalist looking building, like just down the corridor from each other in like different rooms, and it was my turn to do it. It was like jury duty where you just got picked to do it, and so I had to keep walking back and forth between these two rooms, delivering messages between. It was all about really petty stuff. You know, it was like, well, the grocery prices in your country are too high. It was all silly shit like that, and I was just like, really, I gotta do this? You know, these are like important people. Like, and you're trusting me to not mangle the message? Because you'd think I probably would. I'm like, well, I'm just going to, like, change this and just create some sort of international incident. You know, the price of vodka goes through the roof. Hey, where does the blue key go anyway? It's not in here. This is a level exit. This is an owie floor. That's a heart rail, and this is a yellow key. Oh, that's right, it's down here, isn't it? Yes. Jeez, I really should learn my way around the Starship Enterprise a little bit better. Oh no, they're at both ends. The smart thing to do would have been to activate them and duck back, and then again, that door might be a bit too thick. And whichever way I think this is, it will be the opposite. Because my brain is lousy and it remembers this as a left-right thing, yeah. So it's backwards. The panel almost looks like some sort of Aztec face. Yeah, you have to wonder between Duke and Kyle Katarn which one's the more hard. That's not a fight I'd want to see. Like, you know, I think I'm not sure the universe could handle it. I've definitely seen a Dark Forces influence the whole way though, which is funny given the level layout is a Star Trek influence, so this is your Star Wars Star Trek crossover level without meaning to be. Man, they put a lot of trust in that force field, because if that fails, you know, someone throws that switch, like just one wire breaks and the force field can't turn on, you're going to be like, oh, let me use the shuttle. And you just start blood boiling out your fucking nostrils and everything, and there's nothing you can do. You can see that thing go from the start. It used to look really cool in multiplayer, this map. Even if it wasn't the smoothest one to play there. It did look cool. I mean, it is a thing, like, you know, that this game really does well, and I think it's underappreciated, is just how good its multiplayer was. I think we're at full ammo on the Shrinker, aren't we? We are. I should be using that. I knew it. I knew there'd be a fucking drone somewhere. Oh no. I shouldn't come in here. No, 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 I don't want you opening the door, because there's... Thanks a lot, lizard man, you moron. You got me droned. Drones are the worst. That's alright, because I know where there's loads and loads of atomic healths. It's almost as if the level design in this was, like, thought out a little bit, you know. We have definitely played games that didn't have as much thought put in as this. Let's see. Duke-related dream I had long ago of a large submerged area full of drones producing a long trail of exploit. The thing I've had Duke Nukem dreams, and I'd love to build some of the levels that I've seen in them, but they're always 3D Realm style levels, and I just can't build in that style. No matter how much I try, I can never quite get it. My own sort of mapping style is too distinct. Hey man, here because of your build map editor. Well, thanks man. I still want to make more of those, it's just, at the moment, you know, moving the room around and making them's difficult. Hopefully I'll have things set up better to capture from the Presler once I've done with all this desk build and house clearing, and it'll be a bit easier to do. I want to do one about doors, because there's a lot of weird things about doors. A lot of things. There is really for any aspect of this game, I think. Now, we know we can use doors for logic purposes, but then there's just small shit that people don't seem to catch, and some of it's really simple, and even I missed it for years. Things like slide doors are really quite unique. Isn't there two of these guys? I should have turned the difficulty up on this. Then again, we did establish I just want a good time with this today. I don't need it to be difficult, I don't need it to be overly spectacular, I just want to enjoy myself. I mean, here's one fire right with doors. Like, it's a real simple thing, but this is the sort of thing I'm on about. How when you have a Z door and it moves up and down, you know, to mess about with the orientation of the door frame there, or else that'll pan as the door moves up and down. So you got to, well, do I want it to do that? But if you have a split door, like a door that rests halfway and comes apart like that, then it's going to be on one side, right? Well, what people seem to forget is that the door only checks a neighbouring sector's height and moves to that. You don't have to attach it to the door frame. You could actually put a tiny little gap there and have the door entirely as a floating child sector, and then it's never going to move the tiles on the door frame because it's not touching it. Like, it would look like it would. But of course there's nuances that come with that, in that Z doors that extend, like, you know, bridge across a frame like that will they'll help the frame rate when they're closed, because it's going to get trapped like a white wall now, so the engine won't follow the next sector through that door frame. And so you sort of lose that, because it will start following into the next area. It's just odd, I've never seen anybody really build them that way. And so that seems like a real simple thing. I'm surprised that's gotten missed all this time. Let's go and have a look in the really ready room.
Looks like I have the card.
I mean, at least we got like a proper image here instead of like the M64 version. There's definitely an effector or something there that you're bumping into. They go solid sometimes. There's one or two user maps I played over the years where you could actually exploit that to jump into places. Jeez, they really like these drones in this episode, don't they? Maybe this is why people hate episode 2. I really don't get it. I like episode 2. It's definitely the standout for me. I have a picture somewhere when I was on about this map in V5. I do have a screenshot of this area from before it had slopes. He's the only one that made a tutorial around weird engine glitches that can be used on building maps. I'm really surprised nobody else does. The Legend of Devon sort of, he streams his building of levels. He uses a fair bit of it. So you kind of get to see a real-time playing out of like somebody making that sort of stuff. But and he's pretty new to building levels, but he does an okay job of it. Dude has something a lot of people don't, which is a willingness to learn. You know, can't really knock the dude because he's sat doing that in front of a load of people, and you know, potentially could make a fool of himself for messing it up, I guess. But you know, he doesn't. Well, some people they don't take to having to learn that well. He's done quite well at it. Historically, mapping for this game has been a little bit of an odd thing, because there was quite the crowd that didn't really like change for a long time. You did something different to what was established as this is the way it should be done, and there we go, the exits. I knew it, these bloody drones. You know, there was once an argument that somebody made that George Broussard was objectively the best level designer because there was no drones in any of his levels. I actually don't mind the drones. They're a little bit sort of irksome, but I mean, you can't expect them. Let's have a look at that nice Earthscape. There we go. That shuttle used to move in earlier builds of the game. The original DOS version. Oh yeah, no, I'm on DOS 1.3 here. Like, we just did the 1.0 Shareware on a grossly underpowered 486, and now we're on the fast retail release of 1.3. I won't be switching to Atomic Edition until I do episode 4, and I don't know when that'll be. It might not be today. Depends how tired I get doing this. Oh no, these are going to take forever. Save us too. Can I bug my way on top of this, do you think? Oh, I can. Oh, that makes things way easier. No, that's not the entrance. It's... Yeah, they have wood in this. Wood in space. Makes total sense. When humans start travelling to different planets, you want to invest in wood. Like, get yourself, just buy loads of land, plant loads of trees, make a sawmill. You make a fortune, because it's probably the rarest thing in the universe. We have got no evidence to suggest that there is wood anywhere else in the universe as yet. Maybe there is, but we ain't seen any of it. But yeah, like, we actually got wood. You assume that would be quite a luxurious thing up here. So it feels weird that it's down in this industrial looking zone. I'd understand if it was like in the captain's char or something, but just in a random sort of, yeah, I don't know, a bit of an odd decision. Unless meant to be rusty steel, I guess, it could be. Stands out even more on the N64 version because I mean, the palette system was different in that. And I mentioned the multiplayer thing a few times, and that's one of the reasons the N64 port, I think, held up better than the others. Because you had the 4-player split screen. Now this is a level where I'm not really sure how old it is, because sort of the design principles of it look like they could be from sort of Engine V4, other than the slurps which could have been retrofitted. So people are, oh, you made it so you have to kill birds, that's wrong. Yeah, well, 3D Realms did it, because how else was I going to get that shotgun? I quite like the way that sample sounds on this card. Oh yeah, this could easily have not been a slurp at one time, and it's quite a hodgepodge this, because as we come around here we actually get some V5 geometry guaranteed in the form of this weird little twist door here. Yeah, I'll take the atomic health, why not? This does Arc Hammer vibes a lot in this level. Yeah, there's all these walls here. Like the texture's green anyway, but they have a palette applied. So it implies it was a different texture once upon a time. And they're from 1994. Like that would have been built that bit there. So it has the wall extra is set to 0. So it has been through the conversions a few times. I don't have any ammo for that. Shit, we'll pistol it. This room's bloody confusing. We don't get much shotgun ammo in this episode, but that's fine. We'll use a chain gun. And actually, that's kind of cool, because that really showcases, again, something that I was on about when I was playing Doom, how it bombards you with enemies that don't drop ammo, and you end up running out of ammo. And that shows how much of the lifting the pig cops were doing throughout episode 1. That they were dropping shotgun ammo just a little bit, and it was keeping you just topped up. Because we don't have any of them in space, and so now it's more scarce, and instead you're relying on the chain gun more, because you're dealing with the Lizmen who carry a chain gun. One of these sectors is water, I think. Possibly. I'm sure one of them's erroneously tagged. I suppose it matters very much. Well, we'll just increment the save. Oops. Is it on or off? Now it's on. Get me out of there, it's dangerous in there.
That's a pretty serious OSHA violation you got going on there. It's a nice business you got here, Mr. Smith. Would be a shame if something were to happen to it as a result of these OSHA violations.
I had a feeling I was going to get myself squished. This is why I saved. As I say, I'm not going for perfection here, I'm going for I'm having a good time. I'm sure one of these you can blow up. And it's how you get into... No, maybe this is what I'm thinking of. A secret place. People put too many secrets. I stand by what I've always said, that you put too many of them in a level and it just devalues them. A very early prototype didn't look like it ran on built. No, it kind of didn't, but I think it did. The earliest Shadow Warrior prototype didn't. Like, nobody knows what the hell that engine was. It might have been some in-house thing that Apogee wrote. I want to see if I can find another large med kit before I take those atomic healths. I can, but we've just bloody wasted it. Yeah, it still puts us up 50. Or do we use... I think we get another portable med kit soon. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use that, and I'm going to take those. And then I'm going to call that good. Hey, we didn't even get zapped by the heart rail. The texture down there is, I think it's heart rail. And then actually look, just a generic grey noise texture. Slower than the other elevator. See, I get the impression this bit of the map here is probably older geometry. It's probably like a very early test of rotating shit like that. It even looks like it was made like with earlier versions of the editor. That's behind one of these. This doesn't open up yet. We have to deal with the shit down here before we can deal with it. Right, yeah, so we've got switches and we've got the blood telling you, like, no, that will kill you, don't be silly. But we're not playing blood, so we're not going to worry about that too much. There we go, that's both bars moved. Bars, what are we doing? Music here? I miss having access to my synthesizer. I need to get this room shit done. I can hear them. I know they're out there. It's quite atmospheric, Duke 3D, when you think about all these dark sort of pulsating lights and... You know, people always think of like heavy metal music, but most of the music's actually quite moody sounding in the game. Which again is a little bit more like Dark Forces than Doom when you think about it. But I still think Dark Forces is probably the most influential of the sector shooters. By a long way, you see a lot more of its DNA in here than you do Doom's. You know, Doom did do some stuff right, but a lot of other games did it better. I mean, this bit here again, you know, it's simple now, you know, when you can build your own maps and stuff. This looks like nothing, but at the time, you know, this was really neat. It's a simple little thing, and it made all the difference. Is he going to detonate himself against the door? I don't think so. In the early prototype, though, you had the procedurally generated water, and it is something I'd quite like to integrate in New Inversion 2 there. I mean, you can make tiles out of anything, from anything to anything, so... You know, the possibilities for what you can do are really quite endless. Like, it's not even an engine-specific thing. Like, if you can generate... Say, if you could generate a fractal, you could have that, like, render to a tile and have it appear in the game. I don't imagine it would perform very well, but I mean, you could do it. Again, with as few pixels as it'd have, like a Mandelbrot, I guess it maybe wouldn't run so bad. I still had to evaluate whether I'm quicker, you know, generating the way water looks on the fly, or if I'd be quicker using copy tile piece and just copying pieces of existing tiles, like, randomly, but dealing with how to make it tile over is the challenge there. Simply, most people didn't really play it 2 back in the day because too eerie for them as it may be. I mean, I found the sounds of, like, roaming monsters a bit creepy as a kid. Of course, it didn't stop me playing it because, like, it's a game and I wouldn't, like, be defeated by a game. I'm not that sort of person. It's that thing where people say Mario 64's creepy and it just pisses me off. And well, when I think about it, I guess I can see the creepiness, but it doesn't elicit... Again, you know, Zaf, you're horrible making the player kill babes. Well, 3D Realms did it. It's twice now. But, you know, it just annoys me when something threatens me. I get annoyed. I don't get like, you know, oh, run away and go and cry. I tend to lash out at it, which is not always the best. It gets you into trouble because you end up like hitting people. You have house guests and they'll walk into your room while you're sleeping and you end up attacking them because you don't know who the fuck they are, and it's just like, oh, intruder, kill. And luckily you stop yourself, but it's like, for fuck's sake, man, this is why I tell you not to do this. Maybe it has something to do with growing up on a crappy neighbourhood. I'm sure this corridor's hiding something. I'm not going to spend too long looking for it, if there is anything, but... Definitely the 1.0. Definitely the enemies did more damage than they do in these later versions, for sure. Like, they just completely annihilated you in there. Like, the slightest little touch and... No, he's still there, his sprite shadow's still on. It's no big deal. Oh, we've got shotgun ammo, holy crap. Apparently not a lot of that in space. But again, that acts as a very fine showcase of how the pig cops dropping little bits of ammo for it were just keeping you topped up in episode 1. And that's why this game has fixed a problem that Doom had. And the problem that Dark Forces actually... Oh, I didn't want to pick that up. The problem that Dark Forces had actually fixed. And again, looks a lot like Arc Hammer, this level in place, it really does. I think this is where you first encounter new beasts in the N64 version. Oh yeah, there's a time switch, isn't there, somewhere. This bit's a little bit odd, I always felt. Like, feels a bit needless, that. No, we can pick some of these off from here. I think we're locked out, though. So the drones are... do I have... I do. Aha! I've got plenty of it. Ah, stupid drone, what are you going to do now? I have the power of flight too. Da, 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 da. Yeah, just jump to your death, why not? Serves me a job. This is probably where all the mouse players have a huge advantage, you know. They'll be much more nimble on the controls here than I will be. Go away, drones, nobody likes you. I'm going to have to use that portable medkit, I just know it. I don't want to. The pistol sprays like crazy. Yeah, I'm just going to use a portable medkit. Call me a coward all you want. I'm using it. But it's there to be used. They wouldn't have put it in the game if you weren't supposed to use it. That's its job. It's a healing item. And I'll admit I forget it's there way too often. Kind of strange though how this level has the reactor, like, blowout. And this isn't the one that's remembered for... Even though this is the one you encounter fast, everyone remembers Lunar Reactor. So presentation does count for something, evidently. Otherwise they'd remember this level. They'd be like, oh, that's the level where you blow up the reactor, that's cool. Far more aggressively paced than Doom, though. I dare say definitely more aggressively paced than Dark Forces. Dark Forces is a slower game. You can feel the adventure game pedigree more in that. But then incorporate... Ah, there we go, I knew it. Incorporating them sort of elements really was, like, a good thing. It did a lot for FPS, that. We'll need a jetpack. We have a jetpack, but we can get another jetpack because I'm quite confident that... Yeah, there you go, and atomic healths. But we're going to save those until after we've dealt with this. Yes, I shot that servers, suckers. I wonder if I could get them to sponsor me. You know full well, if I ever did accept sponsorships on the channel, which I won't, but if I did, it probably would be something like that. Just something weird that you'd never think of. A Hong Kong-based pharmaceuticals, like, retail outlet. The frame rate's not fantastic in there. Hey, I'm over here, stupid octors. Bloody Scooby-Doo, the bastards. I think they're like, we'll follow him there. Nah. Long gone. Jeez, that really did hurt. Well, how quickly do you think? What is the next map? Oh no! No! How quickly do you think that next level will give me another portable medkit? Blow it out your ass. Well, he quite literally is blowing the missiles out of his ass. They probably just built a lot of the test reactors and thought two were cool enough to keep, or two ingrained inside, but it may be. Also, this level feels pretty old, so... feels hodgepodge, this level. Maybe it got put in later, like, oh, we need something, like, you know, as the penultimate thing. I'm going to use the portable medkit. Nah, I won't. It'll still take us up to 153 health. So we're gonna just do it that way. Oh no! I thought it extended farther. Hopefully I got enough to get back up there. I went past it, now I'm being paranoid. It doesn't matter if it runs out, as long as I'm hugging the ledge. Cool level, this though. I like this level. Never really gave this level much thought for years, and then at some point I went and had another look at it, and I was like, no, it actually is a distinctly Duke 3D level. I mean, episode 2, I think, is on average the oldest stuff. There's lots of really old level geometry in here.
Let's rock.
Ah, that's right, we're in episode 1 again now. Because this was episode 1, wasn't it? This would have been the end of the first episodes where we would have fought the Battle Lord. 100%. Why did he not pick that up? Did I not walk over it? But this little transport bit here, and this is all new. That was weird. Seen that before. Did I shoot the switch maybe? Is that what it was? Well, I'm sorry, but I had to get rid of the Slimer. Otherwise I'd have ended up like you. Look, I'll let you watch me go and exterminate the aliens. How's that sound? Make up for shooting the other ones in the past level. Yeah, there we go. It gives me that real early on anyway. So I would have been fine doing that. You know, so I used to find this really fun, like mostly on the N64 version, to lure these guys into here and get them to squish. It's not going to work for me now, is it? They can probably get in here. Oh no! No, it's not. How did I used to get that every time when I was a kid? And on the N64 with the crappy N64 control. It's weird, you know, I think your response time gets worse as you age or something. Like my response time used to be faster than most monitors, I think, when I was a kid. Nowadays it's pretty lousy by comparison. I mean, that was an example right there where I'm like, oh, the door will be shut by then. I wonder what the texture pan's like. It never seems to do that when I rig up an effect like that. So I wonder how they've done that. The 3D Realms really did have some strange... And they're the ones who wrote the effects, so you'd think they'd... Like, their way of doing it is obviously the correct way, and I'm doing it wrong, but... So it's like, was that something that they wanted? Did they want it to look that way? Stupid drones. Yeah, well, let's see how much of a match you are for the power of doors. Well, let me in. Shut the door. Ellie, the door locks the doors. It's not working. Plum got super carried away with build rendition. Thing is, I think he did. I think he probably... I get the impression he just messed with it in his own time. So I just want to just build, like, everything. Like, he probably just like, sat there at the weekends like, no, I'm just going to keep building. I mean, a lot of, like, the user base used to do the same bloody thing, you know, like... It just used to be cool. I was on about it a while back, the whole My House thing, where... The convention certainly changed, where you used to build things that were, like, things you wanted to see, and places you wanted to live, and at some point that just ceased to be a thing as much. Whereas it used to be just all the time, it was just what people did. I kind of miss that in a way. You know, I think there was something pretty neat about that. I might do it someday when I have loads of spare time. I'd quite like to, you know, knowing what I know now about using the editor, like build sort of a my house map. Like this is where I would want to live. Just build my ideal sort of dwelling. Like, it may not even play that well, but it wouldn't matter. I'd just do it for fun. I'm quite happy to do weird things like that where, you know, when it's a standalone thing or it's an optional thing or whatever. And I'll probably want to do something like that when I've had time to do New Invasion 2. I probably will want to do something silly, because the whole way through that I had to be serious, you know, I had to be like, no, I've got to make sure this works really well and plays well and all of that. Whereas, you know, I'll probably want to take a break from it. Yeah, Blum, I think he probably was a builder. He would just sit there and build in his own time. Oh dear. No. Slimer, get off. No, I don't want the pipe bomb, get off. Right, where's this silly octobrains? Well, the only times you see the... Yeah, and then another oddity in that this is kind of the room where this episode ends and faces the wrong way. Like when you look at the ending screen for this episode, it's in this room. Which it just sort of stands out as a bit odd because, as we established, where you would have fought the Battle Lord originally, is when episode 1 would have ended up here. Oh, I'm on full-on Devastator ammo, that's cool. I should probably use some of that. No, I'm going on this one. Nobody tells me what to do, Travelator. Nah, he's too slow, it pushes him along. Can't all have Duke Nukem's legs. Oh, that's where that octobrain went. Well, you know what? I'll use that on him. It's a bit overkill, but I mean, why wouldn't you? It's there, you might as well... There you go, Liz, man. How do you like those? Well, that's really not working as well as I'd hoped. There we go. That dealt with it. Let's use that for a while. Which may not be a bad idea, because I think we've got lords up here, haven't we? And I'm not that well on health. Ah, yes, the bridge sector effector. I can't remember the number for it. But it's a pretty neat effect. I would have done it differently. Bloody hell, they moved quick. They were quicker than I remember. Yeah, I would have done this differently. I would have had this already extended. And I would have used an SE29, a flirt. And I just had like a floor verter here. So that it would come up and so it would just like... But I guess it would look different. I kind of like it rolling out like that, I guess. You know, it has its own charm. Like, I'm not saying that one was better or anything like that. I'm just on about, like, design preference there. Like, I would prefer it that way, you know, if I was building it. Alright, that's not working. So it's much harder to do in the DOS version than the ports. You know, no, well, the aiming feels off. No, you're just making things up, you're lying. Yeah, sure. I'm lying, Emma. That's why I can come in the game and quite literally observe it happening, you know. I'm just imagining it, I'm making it up. You know what? This slurp is the cause of all of life's problems as far as this zone goes. Let's lure them down the ring. Also, it never works when you want it to. Yeah, nobody thinks you're clever, Battlelord. I can see your brother up there, he's for it as well. Guard my keys, will you? That's my keys. I want them. They belong to me. I don't think he knows what to do, that one. He's just sort of blundering about. I think he got confused. He's like, what? Slurped surfaces? No, they told me I was going to be working in the IdTech engine. I don't know what these are. Well, you learnt the hard way. And now you know. Like, you can't even die slurped. You just... Oh, well, these aliens are finding these fools. Mustn't be getting very good applicants anymore. Oh, look, the game replenishes the portable med kit almost immediately. Let's use up what we have left. Is this timed? I don't know if it's timed. Of course, we have the N64 version. This isn't really here anymore because, oh well, we can't have slide sectors other than those sectors that slide. I can't really see anything about drag points that suggests it couldn't work on a Nintendo 64, so I don't really know what the hell the problem was with that. I get the feeling communication on that team wasn't very good, and that the left end didn't know what the right was doing a lot of the time. So they'd probably been told at some point, oh, we can't do that, and then they could do it, and by then, the time anyone told them, you know, it was probably when they were working on the trains, and it's like, what are you doing? Well, we're taking the trains out. What do you mean? You don't have to, why are you doing that? Well, because you can't slide sectors around. You said we can't move them XY. Of course you can, we implemented that months ago. Well, the game comes out in like 3 weeks, we ain't got time to put them back in now. It's kind of what I figure must have been going on there. It's what it comes across like. I'm surprised that didn't take it out. That did. Secret levels in here, isn't it? I'm not sure I remember the other one, but... oh dear. Silly lizards. Cool looking exit door for this. Yeah, there should be up here somewhere. Ah, there we go. Maybe I run back through the level real quick and see if there's anything we can use. Well, the opens part where was a bit of a short... Well, that was, yeah. I always felt like the station was probably running on half power or something though. Well, I think it is just that it was going to stick through the walls, but I sort of like to think that, you know, since the aliens took over, it's running on half, but it even does stick through the wall as it is anywhere. Look at that. That's not good. Oh well, not my problem. I didn't design this place. And this is what I mean about you putting a lot of trust in these dodgy force fields, and the engineers built this place like that. I'm not sure I'd want to trust anything in here. Yeah, one wrong move and you could end up, like, dead or in the back rooms. I think Duke Nukem could handle the back rooms, so I don't think they'd bother him any. He'd probably just have a party in there or something, just invite loads of... I'll get some babes. I'll get some beer. I'll have a barbecue. Duke's backroom barbecue. And I'll invite the media. Put my face all over evening television again. Oh yeah, this was worth backtracking, 100%. Definitely. Those battle lords really did punish us. Oops. Oops. Oh well. I guess this level's done. I guess we're going in the secrets. Oh yeah, it is quite laughably dodgy whoever they contracted for this one. I mean... That's the humans who screwed that. That's not even the aliens. Can't blame the aliens for that. You know, that fusion station definitely looked at... Or was it Tiberius? Well, anyway, that previous level was definitely... maybe Force Movement does this, how aliens were able to... It may be. I mean, if you go really, really fast, you'd probably go through them. Because, I mean, it's a lot of games have it, you know, you are sort of really just using a hit sphere in the case of this, or a hit cylinder. Like, it's just a distance from the object, like around the object, and if it's travelling too fast, and those cylinders are outside of each other, then the two things never hit each other. I'll admit I'm not too well versed on how wall collision in this engine works. It's not something I've had to read into very much yet. You know, I'm sure you know most of my time has been spent with visual things and stuff like that. I don't remember where the entrance to the other secret level is, but I'm sure I'll find it. Unless I already missed it. Pardon me. No, I do know where it is. It's at the end of Dark Side. Come over to the dark side. But, I mean, it's not my fault only one side of the toaster works. I saw the face of Jesus in my morning toast. It's a sign. I don't think that's how the Lord works, but okay, if we insist. Yeah, this is definitely a multiplayer-centric level, wasn't it? Oh dear. Yeah, the way the smoke trails from the missiles get bounced about, this is one of those things where blood definitely had the upper hand. Because that was wind instead of, like, pan and drag. So you could have wind and drag in a sector without panning, or vice versa. It is erroneously set in some place in the game, so you fire like a napalm shot in that and you see the smoke getting dragged off, even though nothing else gets pulled around. I like this piece of music, it sounds kind of mouldy. Well, you know, you can almost imagine the smell of damp and mould, as if nobody's been here in a long time. Gather. Like, I mean, drones, I will take drones. They're better than flying, spinning Duke heads that go wow, wee, wee, wah, and better than spheres of doom. I mean, that's like more Mario 64 shit, really. Everything in Mario 64 is just a sphere that goes The Teletubbies. So now, the drones ain't so bad really, not in the grand scheme of things, there's far worse things. Just waiting for one to complete a lap and blow me up in the ass. I'm guessing I don't have mixing for many sounds turned on. You know, the sound engine really does use quite a lot of the processor in this. It's not ideal. But it's just par for the course. You know, it turns out doing audio on PCs isn't entirely easy. As I said before, it's one of those things where the Gravis was like a noble idea. Like have an accelerated audio chip. It's dedicated to doing that job. And it's, yeah, when it's used in a way that it can be used, it's great. But it's not great for a game, because unless you could load all the audio samples the game might ever play into it, then you're kind of screwed. I think the PlayStation version, obviously it doesn't have a Gravis in, but I think the PlayStation version of this game sort of does that in a way. Like the PNP files, I think, contain all the vox for like a given level. Used to Duke match in this map with my nephew and his mates, and yeah. Hotel Hell was always my favourite for Duke match. I was playing the secret levels in 64 DM quite a bit. And there was Fahrenheit, which I find shot. See, Fahrenheit, I never liked that level. I don't think I've spent a lot of time Duke matching on that one, but in single player, can't stand it. Really, really don't like it. Might actually be, like, if not the worst, certainly one of the worst maps in the game. I think we get accosted by many Blords here. Isn't there like 4 of them in this level? Frame rate takes a bit of a nosedive in here, doesn't it? We're drawing quite a large area. And it is all active in the middle, isn't it? It's all spinning. Oh look, I'm spinning, I'm spinning. Oh, frog in a blender flash animation. I want to put my tender heart in a blender, watch it spin around through beautiful oblivion.
What a mess.
If anyone knows that song, you listen to some dorky music. Oh, I fucking knew it. I probably didn't save for ages either. Superlevel actually plays crazy fast in DM, and as a consequence. Yeah, probably. I could see it working. I just think because it's like, it's alright in single player. I don't think I ever gave it the time. Maybe someday I will, but typically nobody wants to play with me. Or they do, but then they use Wi-Fi and the game runs like shit. Like, I gave up with my Discord group years ago trying to get anyone to play multiplayer games. Like, you know, it just... Like, nobody would ever do it, and they wouldn't follow instructions, and I'm just like, it doesn't matter what game it is. People would say they would do it, and then they wouldn't do it, and it's like, look, you can't use a fucking Wi-Fi connection because it'll shit everything up, and they do it anyway, and they know it won't be that. So in the end, it's just, you know what, who cares? Getting Blood 2 to work was pretty fun though, because that game is just such an amazing piece of shit. It's a rare day that you see something that broken. See, I was on about the smoke trails from rockets and stuff. In Blood 2, the coordinates for those apparently are like a global variable internally, and so you can figure out where other players are in the map just by firing weapons that have a smoke trail, because they'll snap off towards where the other players are if they're generating smoke trails. It's like, really? Nobody caught this? Again, it makes the whole George.text thing all the more funny, because it just sort of shows Monolith were sort of the idiots of the room were. It was probably anger out of envy. George is successful and why not? Let's pin it all on George. He's the guy we've decided that we don't like. And we don't like Ken either. Don't like him. You know, they used Tile 199 there. It's like they came so close to realising you could do the cel-shaded thing and then didn't do it. They really could have gone to town with it. Yeah, like it probably does. I don't think anything will shift Hotel Hell for me, though. Like, I just liked Hotel Hell, like, as a multiplayer map. It just always felt right. I mean, there was other things that I liked, but that was always the standout for me. It felt good. So to go in and murder people in there. You know, Alright, we'll have the atomics, we'll have the RPGs, we'll drop another save. Lord, that stupid drone, yeah? Controls were not responding. Cables are short with this setup for now though, so I don't have the keyboard dropping out like I was. I figured what that is my cable's too long with how I had it before. The cables were simply too long, the path was too complex, and so it was causing problems. A little bit wasteful, but... Oh, you got to, haven't you? I don't remember where... I do remember the secret level entrances for this zone, but... like this episode. But I don't actually remember them for episode 3. Maybe it'll come back to me when we get there. Assuming we get there tonight, I'm not sure yet. I'll just use this, but where's that damn Lord? Oh, there he is. Of course, it's only a mini bastard. Yes, we just... oh no, there's more. Yeah? That's weird. You know, I ain't messing with these guys. I'm just gonna take the loser's way out. And it's an auto-destruct button. The enemies get destroyed with the level when you leave. We'll just call it at that. You know, these things are so much more of a threat in this version. You're gonna make me fight the Blords, that's fine. Okay then, if that's how you want it, that's how you've got it. I'll fight the Blords. Come on then, Blord, let's see how tough you are. Let's see what you're made out of. Yeah, I didn't fucking think so. It took all the health off at the end. Ah, run away! Bravely run away! Brave, brave Sir Robin! I'll take that, but I'd like to not have to use that. I can use this to get around quickly, I suppose. It's kind of a novel way of transporterizing yourself. Ah, damn it! I didn't even see him. Bravely ran away. Oh, damn it. Missile over the damn hill, damn it. I don't like blobs. They suck. This trick is definitely much harder to do in DOS. Okay. Okay. Ruthless aggression, we should know. Attitude only gets you so far. You gotta go ruthless aggression. Stop with your crappy laser, or even are you? Oh, I care about the silly lizards. They can play with their lizards all they want. They're only gonna get auto-destruct buttoned. I don't need that. I mean, it sounds cocky, but in my head, like, this song is now forever the music of Dimension Shift. Like, it isn't for this level anymore. I mean, it took a lot of time to make that, so that's probably why, just because this isn't a level I would willingly spend that much time in. Whereas that, I didn't have a choice, because it's like, no, I've got to bloody test the thing and make sure it at least works somewhat. I remember the day I finally got it working, it was right at the end, and I had to go grocery shopping like part way through the fucking boss. I think the well-timed Duke scream is his masculinity in pain for taking this. Probably. So I wanted to imagine Duke can skip Battle Lords that now I've been waiting for this moment, guarding it. Oh yeah. Like, they've sat there for decades, he just runs past the entrance of the room and is never seen or heard from again. Save the damn game, I don't want to go back in there. Whoa. It's unusually fluid in that room. Turn the lights on, let's run up the electric bills. That'll put them aliens out of action. They won't be able to afford the upkeep on this place. They probably pay over £1 per kilowatt hour like I do. You know, I'm probably subsidising other people with that. I don't mind if I'm paying for the elderly. You know, this is a thing. I think it should be like a tax dodge. Well, I think I should be able to opt out of like certain taxes and shit, and just use them to say, pay my grandmother's electric bill. Because I would gladly do that. I don't mind doing that. I just be like, yeah, sure. Grandma, use as much electric as you want. I'll just pay for it, and then I wouldn't have to pay like into some stupid system somewhere. I'd be like, well, look, at least I know the electric's going on like a good thing. You know, that the money isn't going to waste. Yeah, sure, I'll pay my grandpa's rent. You know, I don't mind doing that. But no, we have to pay for all these shitty contractors and stuff to go around destroying perfectly good things on my fucking dime. I want to know how you fucking live with yourself, like, doing something like that, like you're a fucking, you know, contractor for the local fucking government. And you come in to fit, like, say, a central heating system, and you just... like, oh, this is a great system that's in here. I'm going to rip it out and break it and replace it with shite. You sat smirking at me as you do it. It's like, I'm paying for you to do that. Like, it takes every ounce of my being, my willpower, not to just start lacing into these people at this point. So, you know, they all have real nice lives and nice things, and I'm paying for that, and I don't have these things. You know, they're getting paid to do a shit job. I don't get paid to do a good job. I'm going to end up caving somebody's skull in one of these days, because I've had enough of it, and I just don't tolerate it now. Ironically, EDF happens to be the name of the main French electricity provider, so they could probably work out a deal on it. Yeah, well, maybe. It wouldn't surprise me, and I could just imagine, like, it's probably a bunch of French reactors just beaming power up here from it, like the Earth somewhere. Well, then why not? Now, this is the... We've got overlapping sectors area, isn't it? I mean, this level's got to be a pretty old bit of geometry. There's no two ways about it. It has that feel about it. Late 94, early 95 type stuff. Oh, we got beef jerkies down there. I'm sure there's a... One of these is now in it, though. Yeah, it's now in there. Unless we picked it up through the wall. To me, it just feels more like there's now in there. Can't go through there, can you? No, of course not. Go down this one because the elevator's not up yet. Oh no. Missed us. I guess I should have seen that coming. And I think I just forfeit my chance of getting in there by shooting them. I saw another one of those. I mean, who would sit up here and look at this screen? I mean, why is the review screen here, like, from a logical standpoint? I like her in the surplus stores. I see the stupid British gas digital meter displays. Oh, I found loads of the British gas token key things while I was clearing up. Because I kept losing them when I moved in here, you know, it had a stupid fucking token thing, and it's like, I thought... Like, just charge me by the reading on the meter. I don't want to sit there and walk into the shop every couple of days. I mean, I've still got Eon, like, occasionally send me, like, threatening letters. You know, you have this outstanding debt of, like, hundreds and hundreds. So I never had electricity with Eon. I'm just going to ignore those. Like, the previous guy ran up a debt. Not my problem. I don't got to pay it. I didn't sign a contract with Eon. And British Gas pretty cool, because, you know, you phone them like, hey, the electric's not working for some reason. I wonder if you could come and look at the electric meter. And they just go around, oh, well, that's not ours. We'll just fit a different electric meter. And they just fit their own electric meter. This is, I'm paying for them to provide it, not Eon. So they don't care about Eon's problems, there's nothing to do with them. And from a logical standpoint, you know, to them, it's like, well, probably should connect the guy to the electricity, like, you know, and put him a working electric meter in there, because otherwise I'm not going to pay for the electric, because I won't have any. But Eon's like, oh, it's outstanding debt. I'm not paying that. I'm not even acknowledging it. It's like, no. They used to ring up every so often. Oh, you've got to pay that. Like, what? Who are you? Like, what's this about? I don't have electric with Eon. Are you Mr. That doesn't matter. I have nothing to do with this. Stop taking it up with me. I'm surprised that didn't blow up all the porcelain in here. Dodgy lights in here, man. They really wanted the lights. I still find this dodgy, you know, you just study a taking a whiz and you can watch the guy up there and he can look back at you. You know, I think this space stuff's a bit fucking dodgy, personally. I'm not sure I want anything to do with it. Architects for these places around their minds. You know, if I did something like that, like if I did something like that where, say, I could go in my my workshop and I could see into the bathroom of my house, someone would probably call the cops. Some of the neighbours put clear glass in theirs. I don't know why. 'Cause it's not really something you want to see when you're stood having a smoke on the doorstep. Well, my neighbourhood there, we have this, speaking about, you know, standing in an outbuilding staring at people in their houses. We have this weird thing on my neighbourhood that's real commonplace, where teen girls like to stand in front of their bedroom window as they strip off. And I don't want to see that. But you see that the people on the estate definitely learn when it happens, because you see them all come out to their sheds just before the time of night it happens, and that they're all sort of there in their sheds, like looking through the boards. It's like, you fucking Nancy bastards. You wonder why I want this whole terrace to just fall into the earth with all the people still in it, and there you go. You know, I guess that's quite a widespread thing around these parts for some reason. And then they think I'm the one who's weird. I'm like, yeah, at least I like women, you know. Don't really have any interest in children, they're not really... Some people are just sick in the head. Oh, this was... You see, these sectors, these are sliding, these were in the N64. Oh, we can't do sliding sectors except those ones. I don't know, man. Actually, I did like that port of the game, like I said. I actually kind of liked the differences, made it stand out. Like, it's the two ways you can do it, is you either do like a one-to-one port and it has to be super accurate, or you lean into like the, no, it's its own thing. It's actually just like there used to be something else too. It's almost like the dimensions are the ones they end up picking out, don't it? Yeah, it does have an odd feel, this level. I think it probably is like on the old side. A lot of the control rooms like that look very lame Duke-ish. Some of the tiles they use though I find quite hard to work with, so I don't know that that's necessarily a guarantee of anything being off about them. Tiles that they use on the walls under here just remind me of the grocery store. Or like the storeroom in it. Oh no. I'm quite distrusting of the water effect since that one on the submarine killed us all that time ago. Yeah, that took a lot more damage than I really should have done. Aha! It's like they've got 90s fire pipes, but they don't work because they're underwater, so there's just gas coming out. This is great. They've been thwarted. Maybe that's how you defeat them. I'm not sure why I'm down here, because there's really nothing down here. The Duke DC thinking it was clever with its fucking silly elevator that's stuck down under the water when it's stuck up under the over the water in that sewer level. It's actually quite a cool level. There's a fucking Blord in here, isn't there? Where is he? Oh no, I thought he was behind there. Where's that mist? There we go. I'm not going to be a sissy, I'll take him on. The slime so you can forget about it. Ah, I should have used what I had left first. What the fuck? No! Hey, wait. Can I trigger that again? This should be an open-only touch plate, you dingus. Well, an open-only activator. No, damn it! There's bloody slimes everywhere. No! No! Any health hiding? Because it was lurking! Ha! Do it the manly way. Do 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 do. So it's like Tedium, the theme song.
I needed that.
That'll work. Ah, there's got to be some health somewhere. I refuse to accept that as none. But I want to know what's in there. I don't know what that secret is. I don't think I've ever been in there. It's probably nothing. It's probably just some stupid loop of vents or something. Oh, no. Oh, yes. Keep it in the fridge. Well, here's a medicine bottle. So it actually makes sense. I suppose originally it would have been cola, so it would make sense there as well. Would have been a six-pack, wouldn't it? Oh, you see, backtracking is maybe not such a bad idea. I should maybe do that more. Joke's on you, Dora. I don't need you. Yeah.
Who wants some?
Jeez. This place is quite strange. It really is quite strange. And now they're not shutting again. No, they're trying to, but they can't. It's like the collision's dodgy. I don't know if you noticed, slime is bumping me and I couldn't move when I was using the water fountain. It's a 1.3 thing, I swear, because, you know, it's like the whole item's been sucked into a black hole thing I had that time years ago. And I could never reproduce it. Isn't there a mister there? Yeah, there is. No, I don't want to get shot. Stop! I think we're glad we went and got that health now. Would have been screwed if we didn't do that. It would have probably played out differently if we didn't. I probably wouldn't have been as complacent. Cool, I missed loads of secrets. Oh, yes! Torn between whether I like this or Dark Side better. It does have that pitch bendiness in this though. That might slow it down a bit. Is that little Motorola 68K that runs that music card's gonna have to do some serious work now? I really should do something about the health situation. I have a portable med kit. Do I want to use it? No. I don't. I want to try and look hard and not use it. You think you're hard, brother, you're not even fucking hard. How did that not take him out, really? Yeah, well, you can eat some of those. How's that sound? Sure the music card likes this song very much. Deal with your kind around here, Commander. Go on, get in there, I dare ya. Oh, for fuck's sake, what are the chances? Alright, I'll stop being silly. I'd wager a large medkit is drinkable, heal any injury types. Yeah, I'm in games that have had that for years. At least we don't have them ampules like Silent Hill. I didn't know what that was the first time I played that game, but I didn't dare use it. I was like, no, I don't want to use that. I don't know what it does. That game broke the first time I played through it. Like the final boss, there's a fucking medkit right fucking there. The final boss wigged out, and I've seen it happen more than once. Did that hit me? Yeah, freeze, sucker. I'm gonna freeze them up some more. If you freeze one of them midstream, does his stream freeze as well? It just has this, like, you know, sort of golden arc, like, going out the front of him. If you freeze him while he's sat on the crapper, does his tards freeze in place as well? Strange place to keep a keycard. I mean,
Hail to the king.
I do wonder if that's a representation thing though, like maybe that's meant to be the top of the toilet cistern. Because I mean it's a thing that you do like when you live in a kid's home and stuff, is you take the lid off the toilet cistern and you hide things in there and then shove the lid back on. And then they get wise to that, so then you take the light fitting out the ceiling and hide it above that and put the light fitting back in. You kind of learn these things. Yeah, that mirror's just trying to show off by being there, isn't it? Like, just like, look, we can put a mirror in front of like a space you can walk in. So it's obviously not like geometry that's like, you know, made to look like a mirror when it's just like, yeah, it's not just a copy of the room. Of course, we know how they work. But your average guy playing the game the first time, ow, probably didn't. And certainly they weren't something you really saw in games at the time. Haha! I have prior knowledge now. Never mind, I'd have thought I'd remember it was there, given this is one of my favourite. I think there's a Devastate weapon, though. Yeah, I'm not sure I need that, though. Might come back for it later. Hey, we're going to get our favourite Mister anyway, because we're going to have to deal with a Lord now. We could actually skip him. We're not going to, but we could. Because it's entirely possible to get down there. Like, I'm not going to do that, but as you just saw, we can go down there if you want to play it that way. If I respect this game enough, I'll play it by its own rules. There we go. Getting the hang of that again. Like, I haven't actually been able to sit and play this game properly since I recorded the playthrough of NI1, so yeah, I just haven't had the time. Don't have a lot of free time these days. As one of the reasons I'm not really trying to play like real good or take this serious around. I'm just enjoying being able to sit here and just do something that's not like boring fucking work. Yeah, 30 years on. Who would have fucking thought? I mean, it's kind of weird, you know, now, because like I said, the next thing I got to do with this game, I've got to sit there and dick about with the code for it to make my own add-on for it. It's like, I sort of imagined myself doing that, I guess, the first time playing it, but never really thought I actually would. You know, it was just like, oh man, you know, someday that would be so cool. I always thought, well, that's probably beyond me. I'll never actually do it, but it's a fun thought. So to actually be doing that and have that capability is quite weird. Star Wars lent me a fortune, paid off my mortgage, bought me a car. Stupid turret, nobody asked you. Ah. Give me missiles to tell me to use missiles. Secret place, secret chain gun ammo. Ah, no one asked you, lizards. Get lost. We can actually replenish the jetpack around here somewhere. There's one at the bottom of the chamber down there.
Now this is a force to be reckoned with.
You notice it's Skywalker and not Catan that they managed to get. Well, honestly, I think Vader and the Emperor probably breathed a sigh of relief when Skywalker showed up in Revenge of the Jedi. And they were like, oh, thank heavens it's this Skywalker. It's not Catan. We might be alright here. So I think if they'd got Catan, I think they'd have just done a runner. They'd have just gone home. I think, oh, no, we're not dealing with that. That's too much of a problem. There we go. You watch me bump straight into them on the way back up. We've got plenty of jetpack left, really. I don't need to do that, but I just kind of wanted to see down here, you know. Anti-softlock, because it's conceivable that you could survive the fall. You know, you certainly could do it. And that stops you getting stuck. So like you're only 2 ways out at that point is fly out of the hole or like have it kill you as soon as you go down there. And this game doesn't have an insta-kill floor. Not in that way. Jeez, why does this perform so bad here? What's that all about? We know the slurps don't bother this too much. I mean, the floating point performance of Pentiums was unparalleled at the time. It doesn't like it here for some reason. I sort of get the feeling lots of slimers are awake in the map. Now what I might do is duck in the vents down there for just a moment. And like just sort of wait and let things go to sleep in the level. Isn't it? I think you know it, Duke 3. It was on a sound canvas said it was done, but Lee Jackson said he preferred like the Yamaha gear when I spoke to him years ago. So it was a case of, you know, they were kind of like, oh no, I used sound canvas because we want to sell sound canvases. Yeah, it performs really bad in this spot. I don't know why. Okay, performance is back, so I do think it was stuff been awake in the level somewhere that was doing it. Yeah, I mean the lizards can shoot this out on you and stuff. Which hole is that? Is that the one we came out of? I don't remember that hole. Ah, that's cool. We'll do that. So yeah, this performance in this spot is fucking me up a bit. Could go back a different way, but we need the in that area for the key. I think I just shot the vent out. No, it was that over there. Yeah, you can't kick these misters in this version. Right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to pipe bomb these idiots. And then I don't have to... But it's not lumping like that this time, so... It's really dangerous using pipe bombs in this version of the game. But it's not lumping as bad. I still find it pretty weird how Dark Forces didn't do floor masks more, because it was some of the engine could clearly do. But I thought they'd want to show it off. You can practically feel it scraping the hairs off Duke's face when you do that. One of these opens, I know. I don't remember which one that one. Oh, freezer ammo. You know, we maybe should use the freezer a little bit. But I mean, we're going to see a Blord in a minute, so I don't know how much use it'll be to us. This is definitely one of the cool levels in this game, for sure. I think I hit myself more than the missile. That's a hot dog car, I'm not trying to play that one. Progression of this level's weird. I get the feeling it used to be in a different order that you did things in here. Especially as they spawn weird, how they spawn back here and not like where you've actually got to go. You took loads to freeze. Like, I almost feel like that was a way in to stuff rather than, I don't know. Oh, let's go for it. Let's try it hardcore. Oh, I don't care. We'll just do it with what we got. There you go. We got him. I mean, these star designs, we know these go back a long way because they were in one of the Lame Duke maps and they probably copy-pasted straight out of there. The room up here is pretty neat because it does let you sort of look into the area ahead of time. You're not much of a problem now, Red List troops. It's not like at 1.0 where you would just teleport, 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 non-fucking stop. Jeez, man, they really, really did want to turn that down. Pointless. Pointless. Well, the Slimer's hurt one of the guys. Oh, he's invisible. No! Don't like it. Have I got no more medkit? No, let me out! God damn. This is what I get for being silly. Should know by now not to be silly. Even that has got to be a horrible way to go out. It's getting squished to death under somebody's boot. And somebody you hate no less. I'm sure the aliens don't like Duke at all. I mean, they're just trying to thwart them, you know. We're no better off this, so we're actually worse off out of this. I had 40 health last time. Okay, when that'll work. There we go. I've got spit on, man. This is getting spitting on things and stomping on things, and headphones are falling to bits. We're getting into some dodgy territory here. I thought this stream was meant to be like, you know, well, not family friendly, but certainly not as grossly inappropriate as it's trying to make itself. Why is the performance so crappy all of a sudden? I'm really kind of baffled by this. Like, it was really smooth at the start of the level, and this last half. I have noticed that with this level sometimes. And it's putting me off, man. It's making me play bad. Right, I should stop pussyfooting about and just go for the ruthless aggression. We should know this by now. And that's how you get results. I don't want to blow myself up. I want to blow him up. There you go. Oh shit, there's loads of them. Oh, there's like 3 of them. Yeah, 3 is loads. And out go the light bulbs. Have fun paying to replace those, because I'm sure they're really expensive. They're probably like some sort of special space grade light bulb. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Are we sure? Oh, we do have medkit. Okay. I thought I didn't. That's probably because I used it at some other point and forgot and reloaded and well, whatever. You know what? Let's go a bit more heavy-handed. I think that might be the what we need to do here. Yeah, this inexplicably poor performance, I really don't get it. I mean, you might remember I actually tested my reflection code, which would have been drawing this room twice on this machine at this resolution, and it was fine, so it's something else that's going on in the level somewhere that's making it perform pretty roughly all of a sudden. It should smooth out as soon as we're out of the map. I can't pretend to understand why it's doing that. I'm still blaming the Slimers. But I'm as down on health as I am, I'm going to take a different approach than I usually would to this, just to make sure I don't get blown to bits. You can hear all the Slimers, they don't go to sleep, and I think that's what's doing it. Would be my best guess. Just want to line this up when it buffers the controls like that. That is down in single figures. Yeah, a bit of an oversight there. I wonder if that got fixed, whatever it was. Oh, probably the Slimers, as I say. I wonder if they fixed that for 1.4, 1.5. Wouldn't surprise me. Oh, this corridor blows up though, and I'm not having the best of luck today, so I'm going to save. Weird to me that that's a floor texture. That's a floor texture, and not like a wall pillar. Jeez, man. Yeah, I do. I think it's the Slimers staying awake and ruining my frame rate. I think there's something in the walls. No. No, I must be misremembering from something I was doing. Well, I'm going to backtrack. I want to see if there's anything I can use in here. Like health-wise or... You know, I go in the vents, but they're going to be full of Slimers. Probably more Slimers. I mean, that'll get us some health back. Oh, we beat the mirror for a moment then. A bit odd like that sometimes. Yeah, I thought there was a med kit back there. Apparently not. Could try in the crew quarters. Usually, the stuff stashed there. We might not need it at the time. I think we were doing mostly alright when we were in here. I'm not seeing anything. Well, I guess we're going to the next level kind of starved out. Alright, cool, whatever. Fine then, whatever, if that's what you want me to do, good, that's how we'll do it. It's dark side, I know my way around fairly well, I'd probably be okay. Yeah, I'm surprised they don't give you any health at the end though. It's a little bit odd. Probably will stop at the end of episode 2, I think. I think that'll be long enough for one day. We'll finish the game some other day. Might be on a bit of a weird day. But I might actually have things set up by then. I will still be on the crappy switch boxes for a while, but I'll definitely look at getting the Chinese fabricators to make me a thing of my own design. I do like 1.3 though. It does have a slightly different feel about it to 1.5 for sure. There's just a slight difference. It's not always easy to put your finger on it, but it is there. Yeah, the mystery of pig cops on the moon. Strange things. I don't know. I think there's... Yeah, definitely told us to whether if you keep one of the misters alive, you can jump over him and get over that. I mean, I have a jetpack anyway. I'm not going to skip out parts of the level, but I just allude to the fact that you could do it if you wanted to. There is atomic health in there, but it would seem like a waste when I don't have full health. So I'll proceed without it. We never use these. Let's use one. Oh, let's not maybe. Oh no! Oh no! You know, I think we might just be better off. Well, we won't because the controls get unresponsive in there. Right, this seems like the best to me then. Don't car fat commander. Makes no odds to me. I'm leaving that level. That level smells bad. I'm going in this level.
I needed that.
And hopefully we don't have the performance start shitting the bed again. Well, in the episode, we might as well just start using the weapons we have, you know. I can hear more drones. Handled like a pro. They actually did work very well, I'm surprised. I thought it was all going to go horribly wrong.
Yeah, piece of cake. Let God sort him out. Who wants some?
Well, this really is going better this time. I do feel like I've lost a bit of my knack for the game, I will be honest. You know, I used to be a lot better at this than I've been doing today. So I don't car that much. I am just having fun here. I might blow the secret out for me as well. It did. Nice. That's glorious. That's brilliant. Yeah, the slimes really are horrid in this version, though. They are dangerous. Definitely dangerous. I'll take those now. We're only down 4. 196 is almost the year the game came out. Hey, stupid lizards. How about you step off that train and try and get me? Hold on, some of these are sensitive to it, aren't they? Oh, I think we already loaded one. Yeah, there we go. The wall texture just changed. Because that's the wall extra thing. But that's because of the force field. It's not because of the... It's like for a different reason. So the way I do the thing in the charge level is using that. And it basically switches the texture to a mirror so that you can get a shrinker to bounce off and like knock some logic over. Well, these misters are supposed to come from, but they sure did come from though, wherever it is. Slime and nests. You know, they're going to be in that. Oh no. Oh, not today, thank you. There we go. These misters ain't fucking well. Yeah, definitely more atmospheric than it is metal, Duke. Duke's like a fucking punk album, you know. If Doom's like a thrash metal album, like Duke is like a punk album. And it's one of the reasons it wouldn't work if it was produced by like a big studio. Like I think it has to be produced by like a scrappy little dev. Like it's necessary. Has to be that way. Oh no, I wish I could have got one of them to go in here. Because then we could have got the beef jerky. It looks fucking hilarious. I wonder if I can get Duke to turn into it. The Baratus. Who's chimed in, noticed half heard it. Yeah, it's because I'm running it in a weird resolution. See if I can get a jerky out. I will reload the save because I don't want to cheat. But I just want to follow the jerky because it looks fucking funny. Like it's just ping. I don't know, it just amuses me. It probably shouldn't, but it does. It's something that damaged me a bit, actually. I want to be sure I'm not accidentally god murding. I'm taking damage. That's alright then. Oh, then we're fine. All beef jerkies. Yeah, they look funny when they go along the belt. A little bit of an oversight, I guess. This level's definitely some older geometry, a lot of it. It's a very sort of square, sort of slightly overscaled. Oh, they're really one of these guys. They just walk through lasers to get us, man. I can definitely picture youngsters having nightmares about the Slimers like back then, though. I mean, I never did, but they are pretty horrid things. They're definitely creatures that evolved only... You know, they're of the same ilk as those Whiplash bastards in Banjo-Kazooie. Got 100 health. Maybe I am still... Nah, we're fine. You know, well, they exist only to be horrible things. I always feel like the key was probably stashed in one of those once and got moved. And to think, once upon a time you could see through these walls. They were here, you know, it would have been a red wall there looking through the whole area. Shame they had to cut it out because I think it would have looked really cool. Optional area, I got no reason to go in here. I'm going to go in here. Just why not? Stupid list troop, I'm off for you. I don't want to do that. But those little things like being able to go in those and see back into the room down there, you really didn't get to do that sort of thing in games much back then, you know. I think this struck a sort of very interesting balance between real and unrealistic sort of environments where, you know, it was real enough that you could imagine yourself there, but it's unrealistic enough that it still plays well. You know, it's when I was on about the controls, like how Duke moves very quickly and sharply, and it feels good to move around in this game and use the weapons and everything. It's something, can't really think of anything else that ever did it quite as well. And a lot of that, I think, is the environments are sort of not entirely realistic. They're like hesitate to say, but like a comic book rendition almost, where you know what it is, you know it's a city you're looking at or whatever, and it certainly looks like a depiction of a real one, you know, it looks like a depiction of something like New York or whatever, or in Duke's case, LA, but it's unrealistic enough that it works well with what it's doing. It allows for, you know, something that isn't necessarily that realistic. Yeah, I definitely flubbed the controls there. That was my doing.
Hail to the king, baby.
Yeah, I'll just pick this up now. Might as well. I'm fairly confident in this. I don't think I'm going to struggle too bad in this level. There is a Blord, but he's not yet. Big Studio Duke is an oxymoron. Big Studio because he faked that edge people wanted to see. Well, that's what I mean. To be honest, product it would need to come from a small and passionate, not greedy team again. Go and get slimes that keep multiplying. Oh yeah, I had loads of fun with the Fantasias. I wish I could have finished that com job thing before I packed in playing with the ports, but it probably won't happen now. The only problem was I couldn't make them smaller. I wanted to make them smaller, but the size is kind of hard-coded because we're always using, like, you know, they're always manipulating the XY like size, and so you can't really override it. And I've had to write a totally new actor, and it wouldn't have handled right. It would be easier. It's one of those things that would actually be easier to do. Oh look, we've got wank shading. One of those things that would actually be easier to do in the source code than it would in com. An alarming number of things are. Yeah, this is where we have our pre-slurp. I don't know what launched me forward there because I wasn't pressing forward. But this is where we have a tell of the age of the level. I will come back to that in a moment. Deal with whatever's in here first. I thought there was commanders in this corridor. I know this corridor blows up. It's not commanders, it's Lizmens. Or whatever they are, I don't care, I want them dead. And they're dead. And no more. Good, because they're horrible. They're horrible. I think I got another one of these in a moment. But yeah, there never used to be slurps, and so this would have been your only way up and down there. Don't the lights act up when you do that in the ports? The slurp didn't used to be here, and this red wall here wasn't here, I don't think. Like, I'm sure it was just a diagonal there. So... the whole thing with how you can get invisible slimers, I bet that creeps people out. I always found the octas to be kind of creepy. I gotta be honest, they're a little bit unsettling. Oh no! Oh no! No! Stop! No, don't kill me, please. That's odd, because this is obviously meant to be like bloodstains instead of lighting, and that seems weird that they didn't make textures for it. Music switching to the source, was it? Yeah, I was quite pleased with that. It's just a shame the audio system likes stalls the game out real bad. This room always felt to me like there should be more to it. I mean, they even have like floor sprites like to decorate the light fixture. It's so out of the way, and yet it feels like there was more meaning to this area. One random light explosion. And there's that slurps retrofitted, but I'm not sure this was even a thing early on. No, get off. And they really are horrid when you play this version. Well, if you insist. I don't feel good about it though. It's like putting a wounded animal out of its misery. Zaf saying women are animals. Are all humans animals? Really? Like, technically? We're just meant to be a bunch of monkeys, aren't we? So they say. It's not my area of expertise. Yeah, I can hear jocks. I mean, at this bit as well, I was always surprised they didn't tidy up the texture relativity on those. You know, this was in the game for a long time. I'm just surprised nobody ever went in and patched that up a bit. Yeah, that wasn't my fault. That was like the control buffering thing again. Oh, I did that. No, I thought it was a sticky output. It's just where the texture changes. That's what use what's left of that. Might as well. Really don't want to be too silly with this weapon because we are on a boss map soon. And again, I think the secret map will take quite a lot out of us. Yeah, this is like the second most memorable reactor. Ow. Jeez, radiation. Hearts, apparently. Nice showcase of the effects system, though. I wonder if this is like the tower-looking thing in the old layouts. I don't know. Like, and it didn't used to be in this spot. Like this level, if I could play any of like the levels in the prototypes, it would be Darkside. I think it would be probably the most fascinating. I think it would have the most to show out of all of them. Oh jeez, it can get up here. I was questioning whether they could. I was like, I can't actually remember if they can navigate the earthquake site, and they can. And they just cheesed most of my health off me. The slurp lights. Yeah, they definitely went to town once they got that capability. They probably nagged poor Ken Silverman like on a weekly basis to have slurps put in. Like, Ken, please can you put slurps in? Hey, I've got this new texture caching thing that improves engine performance up to 50%. Can you put slurps in? I've put this new fire management system in that increases like the efficiency by like, yeah, but could you put some slurps in? Right, we'll have that. Yeah, but could you put some slurps in the engine? Oh, heaven's sake, I'll put slurps in the engine. It's a shame none of the code for ground draw exists anymore, because I wouldn't mind having that re-implemented, just to play with. I don't think it'd necessarily be a very useful thing having like height mapping like that, but it's quite a fascinating thing to look at. Again, it's just not something you really saw in game engines of that time. And the fact the thing's doing slurps at all is quite unusual. Height mapping, again, it's quite unusual. You can make some pretty interesting, detailed environments with that, you would think. Whoa! Oh, there aren't any on this side. Okay, that suits me fine. This is the one with the secret. I remember having a dream about this. Well, there was like a passage that just kept going from one of these. Oh, I thought there was misters in there. This might be the one that you can send down the... It is. Alright then, we'll do that. That's fun. We'll just do it for old time's sake. Oh shit. It's quite a difficult spot to set up though. Stop rolling so far. Oh, now it won't do it. Huh? How did you get there? Oh no. Ghostless troops, man. Yeah, he's riding on it, cool. He's gone again. Oh, that's weird, man, it's wigging out. Yeah, this map's creepy for sure. Like, if you were going to write a creepy bloody pasta thing about Duke, you would do it. And he's back again, what the fuck? Can you remember when I did the Let's Play of this game many years ago now, and I had invisible enemies in this map? We've just sort of seen that again though, haven't we? Like, yeah, it's obviously a thing that this level does. Yeah, weird. The slurps thing to... Well, yeah, build was intended to be a very feature-rich engine for its time. But it really does show. It beats the hell out of id-Tech. Surprised Jedi never got patched up to have slurps. I do think that engine never got to reach its full potential either. And Build never did. As I've said many times, it's kind of one of the things I want to do with New in version 2, where I have the rule of not modifying the engine, only modifying the game. Just to show really some of the amazing things it could have done. Like that, it never really got to do. Like, it had so much more to give, and it has so much more than I can do with it, because I'm an idiot. I'm not very good at programming, and I'm not very good at mathematics. Yep, the tile bug is in effect. So that brown stone isn't the texture that's supposed to be on that wall. And that was due to a game side bug. It's to do with a parental lock. It uses wall extra to store the original texture. But that code gets called when save games like load games are used. I hate these things. Stupid drones. There'll be a whole new crater where I've nuked your entire... I guess they're not a species, but... well, they might be. I sort of imagine they probably are. I figure they're a bit like Daleks, where there's a creature in there. I think there probably is like some little gelatinous thing that lives inside the drone. And it's probably been that way so long it can't survive like out in the open anymore. It actually needs the machine to function. And the alien technology is pretty horrific when you actually stop and think of it. He fell down the hole. Hey, Liz Troop, I got a present for you. It's probably not under there anymore, but... might as well try, right? We're going to let that mister out. Fine. Fine. Let him out. Let him have his fun. And the force field was being powered by the atomic health, all the... huh? Alright, this is all just getting a bit strange now. Raw! Yeah, you want a raw. It's your last raw. Your hide's gonna feel pretty raw when I'm done kicking it. Blords. More blords. Kill the blords. Destroy. Yes. That was taken care of nicely. I was quite pleased with it. Not that though. That sucked.
This sucks.
Oh, a lot of good that's going to do me when they're up there. Huh? Oh yeah, just... I guess height doesn't apply. What I mean, this level's haunted, man, because if weird things are going to happen in this game, they always happen on this level. So I always read that was a worst. I shouldn't have picked that up. It's always on this level when weird shit happens. Oh, they're on that side. Stupid brain. Oh no. No, I don't need slimers. With things going invisible and stuff, I just dread to think what it's going to do at this point. Jump on the monolith. Yeah, this whole corridor here is a pretty oddball thing. They changed this in the N64, didn't they? There was like random leftovers, but I can't actually see the sector that was left over. So I'm not really sure though. Like, it was really rough, the cut job they did. No slimers, don't want slimers, I'll take anything but slimers. No, don't send that in there, I'm trying to kill the stupid octobrains. There we go. Oh great, I don't think that's more, I think it was his projectile. Like you associate that noise with the octobrain, but it's actually like his projectile that makes that noise, it's not him. Yeah, secret level entry's back there, but we're going to go forwards to the end just to see it, I suppose. This room's cool. This is definitely a room that sticks in your head. They look like drone charging stations. Oh no, they kind of look like eyes with the curvature. And I guess that's how they treat the men. Oh no. Oh no. It's like a self-perpetuating problem because you shoot a dude and it ends up blowing up another babe, and so you shoot the dude and it blows up another babe. So that's almost like Fantasia logic. But yeah, it's weird how they strip the clothes off the ladies, and except the knickers, they leave the knickers on. And the men, they just leave them in the spacesuit like, yeah. And take all their skin off though, but they don't take their clothing off. Weird. Wonder if anyone figured out what model of quantum drive the circuit board texture came from. I did. I've forgotten again. But I did know. It is a SCSI drive. The textures that were just cropped images suggest they had a field day with whatever image acquisition hardware. Oh yeah. A lot of it's out of magazines and shit. I wouldn't be surprised if they just took photos of it. Like, they just used a digital camera and then just manipulated the image in an image editor. I don't know if they actually scanned them. Like, they definitely had, like, the technology to do either, I guess, but this problem I face is some of the custom tiles I want to use is like, how do I darcy them up to look like they've been part of this game? Because a lot of the grot seems to come from the fact the game went through a couple of palette changes. The textures weren't necessarily tidied up the best at the end. Well, 2 levels to go. Ah, no, this still has the floppy drive mechanism pictures and the hard drive picture. It's still in this game. I can't remember where it's used, but it's definitely in here. It doesn't have as many, but they're still knocking about. But yeah, I did figure out the model of drive. I can't remember. I think I've got it written down somewhere. 100%ed that now. I think it probably shows that that's one of my favourites. The music of failed NASA missions. I always just imagined this playing and it been like a bunch of like B-roll, and they've been like camera in like this giant hangar with all the lights out except one over like a part from some unfinished rocket engine that's cost the taxpayer like $72 billion US or something. It's, where did all the money go? You know, and nobody could figure it out. Even the guys who worked on it are just like, yeah, well, they came in one day and told us not to come to work the next morning. We don't know. You know? And nobody can figure it out. Where did all the money go? The project got off to a promising start after President Ronald Reagan signed off in 1981. It was going to be America's great big return to the moon. I don't know why I think NASA or whatever specifically, it's just the picture that it puts in my mind. Now I could see music. That line is not in the final version. Duke Nukem must die. Well, we've done that a few times, but he keeps coming back. Yeah, Duke's not dead. He just knows when to duck out. Doesn't want to grace modern society with his presence, I think. That's just as well. It's one of the things I find myself increasingly glad a lot of these things are just not about anymore. It's like, rather it came and went good than, you know, kept going to the point of complete and total ruination. You can slip through sectors. I mean, we could as well. There you go. What are you going to do? I'm in a different spot, loser. Oh, shit. Alright, serves me right for being cocky. It's quite surprising they didn't put more of this sort of thing in a mainline level, really. I think if you really wanted to do the sector warping thing, the best way to do it would probably be to jump against the edge of stuff. Like where you've got a ledge. I really do struggle with Battle Lords when I'm playing under DOS. Like, they just tore me to bits. I've never been good with them. Like, you just don't get a chance. Like, that's it. They just tie you to bits immediately. Do-do-do-do. Where did it go? Where did all the money go? Ah, shit. That's not good. I could do without this. Not what I needed at this juncture. You know, at some point I recorded a full playthrough of Interstate 76 Nitro Pack and I never uploaded it. Maybe I'll do that someday. And play the missions in order. Because that's weird, right? It seems that all of them were probably meant to have only 4 missions. I'm going to use the portable medkit. Because you get 4 missions for each of them, and then you just have the... I mean, missile went through overlapping sectors there. For each character, and then you just have these weird 3 tacked on the end. So, that's sort of sure that there was... that was probably the intent. At one point. Intense? Isn't that the name of a song in this game? I don't think it's the one that's playing. Maybe it is. Well, where's he come from? For fuck's sake, you just can't... Some days you just can't catch a break. You fuck off, leave me alone. There we go. Now what else do we got to deal with here? Really should save the game before this gets out of hand. Yeah, blowing up some stuff. I mean, that's pretty crazy how you can see into, like, the green area sectors. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, it had to be done. Hey Gary, what you having for lunch? The burgers, mate. Oh, they got burgers today. Yeah, I thought I'd have one of them. I'll tell you what though, mate. It tastes a bit funny, doesn't it? Oh yeah, it does, mate, yeah. Yeah, I think actually... Oh yeah, I think as well I might just... What do you think, Ashley? Do you think... I think the... Stop it! No, it's definitely... Stop it! I'm telling this! I'm going to be sick, Paul. Well, don't be sick on me, Garrett. I am. I'm going to be sick. Stop!
Christmas.
Contagious retching. There's a thing we used to do in school where you'd sit in the lunch hall, you know, on the massive benches. You just couldn't leave me alone. You had to put one more bloody blood in. And you start pretending you were retching, and people around you'd start doing it as well. Like, it'd actually make them physically retch. There's like, there has to be, like, some reason for that, like an evolutionary thing where if people in your tribe get sick, you know, you end up vomiting even though you're not really suffering with anything, just because it suggests that the tribe's food source may have been poisoned. Not sure where he is. We stepped in shit though. Oh no, there he is. This is definitely harder to do in this version of the game for sure. 50 health in one hit he took though. It's pretty insane. They're overpowered bloods. 100% definitely overpowered. Oops. Oh no! They actually have missiles tied to them. I know there's more atomic health, so I'd like to go and get them. But I'd like to see if I can get a medkit somewhere. I don't think I can. I think we've exhausted the supply. Oh, damn. The governor sent you. I was going to give him his cat, really, I was. Nuts. I got a bundle stashed. It's yours if you'd like the other way. Oh. I'm missing something here, because there's... There it is.
Come get some.
Yeah, it's in those sectors, isn't it? I mean, it is really cool, this level. It's such a gimmick, but it's awesome. And from what we saw, it seems... I don't have any portable medkit. Shit. It seems Jedi was capable of doing geometry like this. And the only time it did, it seemed to be an accident. Which is a bit of a shame. Again, a lot of wasted potential in that engine for what it could have done. Oh well, as we've got no portable medkit, we'll just take the atomic health and call it done, I guess, this level. Go and fight the boss. So I just can't help myself. So long, aliens. Yeah, have fun following me in here. Oh no. Yeah, what you gonna do, stupid aliens? You're too dumb to figure it out. You can't get in here. Yeah, they can stay there, I don't care about them. Jeez, that would be so frustrating. You just see him vanish down there and you can't follow him. It'd be better if you could hear him turning the shrinker off at you. Just turning all the switches off. Just the of the power crystals coming down, because it's the 90s. So it'd have to be like crystals. We're running low on dilithium crystals. I'm gonna poke about in this level, because I always seem to just bludgeon my way into the end of this map. And it's a shame, because I think there's some cool geometry and stuff in here. It has cool music on it. Like, we could go in the vent up there and we could just end it. But, you know, I don't want to do that. I'll just turn all the switches on. Alien spaceships and stuff are... Oh yes, that's ancient geometry right there. Oh, damn, that was around a long time. Oh, wait a minute. None of this seems to be working. Is there a switch down here somewhere? I think so. Long time since I didn't skip out like most of the level. Sure, there's a button down here. But look, I can't go in. Well, I can because I got a jetpack, but the level don't give me a jetpack, so I assume that's not the intended route so much as an option. Is it timed? Is it a combo switch? It is. Well, there's a button there. Yeah, maybe not the best design, the alien buttons for putting on that sort of surface. What was that? Oh, a sound effect. It sounds dangerous and aggressive, you know. Oh no, really? Give me a boss before the boss. I mean, it feels alright. It's like the final challenge of the episode. What was that? No, it was going to come through there. Oh man, that went so damn well. You'll never get it like that again. Really is an element of luck in this, I think. They tie you down too fast. I maintain they're overpowered, Battle Lords. I mean, people maybe don't think it now. You're playing with your fancy mouse controls and shit. I'm playing with a keyboard, and I'm playing with what I would call an enhanced layout, not the default. And the guy just went early at full health, and he just ties us down in like less than a second. Like we're gone. I didn't expect that to work. I was just taking the piss with that. Just because I could. Right, so how are we going to deal with him? I mean, nothing's working. I mean, he just kills you so fast. I feel like Duke Forever really ruined 3DR in the end. The development, hell, it underwent likely didn't. Probably not. Duke Forever was a spin-off anyway, it wasn't a main line, so Duke 3D was the last main Duke game. At least it went out on a high note. Ah, fuck you, Battlelord. I've really had enough of you. I mean... You know, that really is unmanageable. He's going down one way or another. I agree, Duke. Even Duke's had enough of it. Fucking hell. And this is why I didn't pick up the medkits yet. So I knew something dodgy would happen. Slidey doors. Yeah, this room looks cool. I can see why they kept it, you know, why it survived years of development. Slimers really are a potent threat in 1.3. I'll come off it. I'll use the portable if I have to, but oh fucking I'm gonna have to, aren't I? Didn't know the lighting effects were that capable. They could disable pallets when you knocked them out. Honestly, never knew that. I don't really play with the lighting effects in this game. Oh shit. These Slimers, man, they really are. They're overpowered. Not really, but they're a little bit annoying. I actually quite like it. It's every time I select pipe bombs, will you stop? Fucking hell, man. What are this level's chewing us up? Okie dokie, that's better. That's a much better outcome. There we go. Feels like a lot's been left to chance here. Or I'm just starting to burn out, which is possible. Honestly amazed I'm still standing. Considering how little I've eaten in recent times and how much bloody physical work I've had to do. It's probably not the best way to do combat, I suppose. I ain't dealing with you, Liz, dude. There we go. All the slime has gone. All of them. Every last stinking one. I want them dead. Nasty, evil creatures. There's nothing but evil seeing them. The poor babes, I do feel bad. I don't take pleasure in, like, you know, blowing them up, you know. Like, I like to wind people up about it. But I wouldn't say I really enjoy doing it. I enjoy the fact it bothers people, that's about it. Where are they? Oh, really? So that's like it's trying to guide me in there. Oh, here we go, so we're now in it. Really not much. I knew there was somewhere, I heard them. But again, we're playing Dark Forces here, aren't we? Because this is like the tunnels in the robotics facility. Very much so. Same shape they were trying to convey, and it even has the little spinny venty thing. So that one on the left there, I believe, is the starting room, yeah. So that's the room we started in. What's the one on our left now? Octobrain City, apparently. I'd hate to see a city built by bloody Octobrains, it would suck. Ah yes, I knew there was an area I'd not seen. Ah, the nuclear power stations. The aliens want to take them over. Not on my watch, aliens, that's my power. That's my electric, and I will use it. I'll use it all. Okay, we got no med kit going into a boss fight, that's bound to be good. Yeah, very much. Robotics facility. Oh dear. It always bugged me how the range on these doesn't work. It's such a shame, it would look really cool having the explosion running about the room. So you sort of end up using this, but really rather use it on the boss. He's not even a hard boss if you keep your wits about you, but he does move very quickly. Like, he's got a lot of speed on him. It's a shame they took his vector weapon off him. Would have made him way more threatening, because he's a cool design, the Overlord. Yeah, let's hit him with freezers. I don't even think it affects bosses. When I tested it, didn't change their extra value at all. Generally where enemies store their health. That definitely doesn't damage him. Well, we froze our nads off, but we didn't do a whole lot to him.
Ah, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, like I say, it's really not that potent. No, it's a shame. Duke, a man of his word, you know, and he says he's going to do something, he does it. Good quality to have. Not many people like that about now. Yeah, so the area where that blood kept wiping me out looked a little bit like this. This graphic actually looks slightly different in this version of the game. Like, the walls look way more sort of noisy and washed out. For the component, is this tile changed between the Atomic Edition and this retail fall, the original release? It looks way more like the room that was in occupied territory.
Duke cracked his knuckles and smirked. I need a stiff drink, a shower, and a soft-skinned belly to lie my head on. A nearby monitor flickered on. An incredibly ugly face spoke an ominous message. The Moon Assault Overlord has been defeated, as was our Battlelord on Earth. But while Duke Nukem has been distracted, our main attack move has begun its final assault on Earth. We shall obliterate all resistance. Guess again, freak show, Duke growled. Duke's coming back to town. And the last thing that's gonna go through your mind before you die is my size 13 boot.
Well, usually the silly little me bailed out of the ending cutscene for this episode because I thought I'd see Duke's ass. Oh no! You see it in the 4th episode, the photocopier. I missed every single secret in that map somehow, but I killed all the misters. I think that's probably as far as we'll go today, though. I think we'll come back some other day to finish this game up. Yeah, I can't just sit here and play the thing the whole time. I do have other things to do. And it's taken us a long time to get this far. It was quite a slow, meandering play through, which, like I say, suits me fine. I was quite happy to do it. I was quite happy to just sort of chill out doing this. My mood has not been in a good place lately. Like I say, I will elaborate on a lot of things probably very soon. But I will, yeah. Maybe Tuesday I'll come back and we'll do episode 3 on the K5, and I'll do episode 4 on the Pentium II. We'll finish 1.3 on the K5. We'll stay on 1.3 until we get to episode 4, because that's an entirely 1.4, 1.5 thing. And so we'll finish that in 1.4 or whatever. They fixed the demo save bug. No, they didn't. It's still a thing. Hold on. Oh yeah. It's still a thing in Retail 1.3. You can still save in a demo. That's awesome. That's fucking funny. But yeah, like I say, episode 5, it'll be on the Pentium II then. For now though, what I'm going to do is I'm going to observe tradition, and I'm going to have a quick game of Solitaire before I call it done. Just because I can. But, yeah. Episodes 3 and 4 will be... Tuesday I'll aim to do it, otherwise it'll be Thursday again. I might have my new LED screen by then. No, it's the sound card's working this time, so it is something with the configuration of the Win95. I'll probably just disable it. I don't need a sound card in Windows 95. So I'll just turn it off. I'll just go and disable the card entirely. I could just remove the driver for it. But I think just disabling this hardware profile will do. I say we'll do episode 3 on the K5. I could bring out the Cyrix actually. That might not be a bad thing. Could bring that out. We'll see how it goes. We'll see which machines are in mesh by the time I come back. I can't. I'd kind of like to sit here and finish it today, but I don't really think I got time to keep pressing on. I do have other things to do, and I'm kind of like I say, I'm actually really tired. I'm honestly amazed that I'm still going. Like it's been a very rough couple of months now. We'll get there. We'll get there. I probably am going to end up knocking somebody out this year, though. I guarantee it, because I'm just so done with the way the world treats me. I'm not going to tolerate it much more. You know, it's I don't have the patience now. When people fuck me about, they're going to get punched. They're going to get punched the fuck out, and the world's just going to have to get used to living with that as a consequence. That there is consequences to actions, and you know, I'm not just going to sit and take it. It's like, no, had enough. Not a good attitude to have, but I don't really care. Jeez, this is fucking rigged. We should have kept playing Duke Nukem, would have been better off. We probably should have done as well. I don't need to finish this game. I don't really care if I finish this. It makes no difference to me. It's I look forward to that. I look forward to Tuesday. I think Tuesday should work. I don't think I have anything scheduled for Tuesday. At least that I can't move out the way. So I always feel bad for doing this though, because it'd be very confusing if somebody just showed up now. They'd be like, "Well, this isn't Duke Nukem." They wouldn't realise, you know, he's been streaming nearly 6 fucking hours. You know? And it's traditional how to end a stream is that you play a fucking Solitaire. That's how we do it here. That's how we do it, because it puts me in a bad mood, Solitaire, and so it makes me angry before I go and take on other things. And that's healthy. That's got. This game's rigged. This game's rigged, man. This game's definitely rigged. Everyone knows it. Gotta get rid of fucking tourist birds. No, I don't think we have the cards. Bastard thing, I should have put that Black King out when I could. We can have a go. Yeah, I got one of them. Okay, we'll do it that way. That'll move that. Ah! Why? At this point, it makes no fucking odds as to what we do here. If I have any 7s at all, I'll be surprised. Yeah, but it's a different one. Ah, shit. Alright, we'll have one more go, and then I'm going to call it done. 4, that's not too bad actually. Those don't fucking line up there. We could do that, but it's not going to be very useful to us. Aces are always good to have. Let's see. I don't think that's going to be much use. Yeah, we'll put him down. Put that down. That wasn't a bad move then. Yeah, do that, and then we can. Well, assuming we have one of those, that might not have been the right move to do actually. Oh, cool. Hearts. Hearts, aces. Aces are always good. Aces. My fucking GPU's ace branded. It's kind of just taunting me. It's like, I can't use this until me fucking stupid fucking, what's it called, shows up. I'm going to have to look back at this stream anyway. I'll see if I need to adjust anything from like the desk move, because the microphone been in a different spot and everything now. I don't know if that's any good. You know, it might be horrible because it's like under the screen. It probably can't stay there anyway when the monitor changes. But I tell you what, it's mighty nice, because it's a long time. It's not since I was a kid have I been able to put my knees underneath the keyboard shelf or anything. So that's really cool. I saw black 7s in there, so I'm actually going to do that, even though it may not be the best move inherently, just because I'm sure I saw them, and that means I can move that out the way. Alright, not terrible, not great, but I can work with that. Okay, where can we go from here? I don't know if we have what we need. It's actually going quite well. I can actually move that. Not that it really helps me in the immediate. That can go there. That I don't have a use for right now. Oh, this game's rigged, man. Also, only now do I realise I have left my heater on since I went away, like, to eat and stuff earlier. That heater's been running the whole time, which is going to cost me a fortune, so hopefully that hasn't been making a racket in the background. I mean, it's a bit late now. I guess that ship has sailed, if that's the case. Well, that's all I can think to do here, is to place that. Win or lose this game don't matter to me now. I'm just gonna plough on as we are. I want to put out a king. Oh, hang on. I'll have to wait for that to come round again. I'm sure I saw a red king. I did. Oh, and that's convenient. There's your other king. No, I want to put that out. There we go. 3 for that we haven't seen, which isn't good. It doesn't give us a lot of shuffle room. You might as well put that, because you know that's going to go there. We don't have the jack. That's really bad. So this game might end up being unwinnable as a result of this. We have a 4 of spades. We don't have a 4 of clubs. What can we do here? Well, we got that, but I don't think it's going to move that 5. Alright. Yeah, I can work with it. I can actually get rid of that entirely. There's that. Okay, this ain't too bad actually. Here we go. 4 of diamonds, 2 of spades. I can probably get rid of temporarily by doing that. That'll let me move that. Oh, we might have just won the game here. Oh fuck, we got to end on a positive note. That's cool. That almost never happens. Especially not with Solitaire. Yeah, great. What a good place to end. So we beat 2 out of 4 episodes of Duke 3D, and we beat Solitaire. Cool. You know, I've missed being able to do this shit. But there's probably another month of this house clear up shit left, so it's at least, it might even take longer. I'm putting a lot of trust in my woodworking, and I'm not good at woodworking. The reason I made of wood is because somebody had like a bunch of flood damaged wood, and yeah, but it is working. Anyways, I'm Zeph, thanks for watching, and I'll see you again in the next one. The screen's now on the opposite side to the camera, which is a bit weird. I mean, I did show, you know, but in case we forgot, you know, this is now where I'm sat. Bit different. Dangerous electrics included, like up towards the top right there. It is, it's a bit of a learning curve. And you might notice I got an Iron Fury mousepad, which didn't come with my copy of Iron Fury. Somebody else has provided that, which is mighty nice. I don't know if it's an original one. Because it was supposed to come with a box copy. I didn't get it with mine. Alright, we're back tech here. I'll see you around. But thanks for the thanks.